Chapter 775. The extremely cold water pillar broke through the layers of thick ice at the top of the ice palace, finally bursting out of the snow and breaking through the thick white mist above Shiline's hinterland. Only when it saw the blazing sun in the sky did it stop. The water pillar exploded with a bang, turning into a torrential downpour that sprinkled throughout Shiline's hinterland. Wherever the cold rain fell, the ground instantly turned to ice. Shiline's hinterland, which was already covered in snow all year round, instantly felt even colder. Below, the icy lake in the ice palace was filled with cold mist. Through the huge hole directly above the lake, waves of biting cold wind rushed in from the outside world like a group of bandits, quickly plundering the ice palace. Xiao Yan's figure suddenly stood in the ice room where he had met Ling Bingxing for the first time at a certain spot within the ice palace. At this moment, Xiao Yan was holding the weak Ling Bingshuang in his arms. Her originally soft and delicate body appeared even more delicate in the current situation. Her snow-white body emitted an even whiter light in the ice palace, as if she had just bathed in milk. Large patches of spring were exposed to the cold air. Without the support of Genesis Qi, how could her body withstand such extreme cold? Ling Bingshuang's face rapidly paled, and her delicate body could not help but tremble. The beauty in Xiao Yan's arms involuntarily reached out to hug Xiao Yan's arms, her nose frantically inhaling the warm aura emitted from Xiao Yan's body. If an ordinary person were to see this manner, they would definitely be unable to restrain a smile and be unable to control their own emotions. Even the current Xiao Yan could not help but feel an intense surge in his heart. Fortunately, however, it was ultimately forcefully suppressed by him. However, at this moment, Ling Bingshuang, who was in Xiao Yan's arms, clearly sensed that something was wrong with Xiao Yan's body. She instantly sobered up, and her pale face immediately flushed red. As if she had suddenly regained her strength, she hurriedly struggled out of Xiao Yan's arms. Her smooth feet retreated 2 steps on the icy ground, and she was even more shocked to find that she was completely exposed to the man's gaze. Cough cough. Xiao Yan hurriedly withdrew his gaze. At the same time, he waved his large hand and hurriedly took out a black robe of his from his storage ring. He carelessly handed it to Ling Bingshuang in front of him. The latter hurriedly received the black robe. Only after wearing the black robe did she raise her eyes to look at Xiao Yan with a flushed face. Cough cough, that. I didn't do it on purpose. What I did just now was only to save you. Otherwise, you would have been swallowed by the energy gushing out from the icy spirit-frozen spring. Xiao Yan's face was also flush red, and he did not even dare to lift his head to look at Ling Bingshuang. Previously, she was unable to react in time, but now that she had regained her composure, if he dared to casually look at her again, she would definitely kill him after she recovered. After Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Ling Bingshuang's beautiful face became incomparably embarrassed and angry. Although she really wanted to tear Xiao Yan apart, if she thought about it carefully, she really could not blame Xiao Yan for what happened just now. In fact, if it was not for Xiao Yan, she would have really died under the powerful energy of the icy spirit-frozen spring. Once this matter is over, you better forget everything that happened between the two of us. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, this prince will definitely kill you. After being silent for a long while, Ling Bingshuang's beautiful face regained its usual indifference, and her words were even more unusually cold. With regards to her words, Xiao Yan did not doubt her at all. After all, a strong practitioner like Ling Bingshuang usually disdained to lie. After Ling Bingshuang finished speaking, she prepared to move and walk towards the direction of the icy spirit-frozen spring. Now that the icy spirit-frozen spring had already erupted, if it was not stopped, then the situation would definitely become even more serious. If it was allowed to continue, the next ones to suffer would not only be the hinterland of Shilin. However, after taking 2 steps, Ling Bingshuang's face, which had just recovered, instantly turned deathly pale once again. Her delicate body went limp and directly sat down on the ground. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tighten a little. He wanted to step forward and support her, but the latter waved her large sleeves and stopped Xiao Yan with a cold gaze. This prince does not need you to interfere in my matters. This prince will naturally give you the icy spirit frozen liquid after this matter is over, but now, please leave the hinterland of Shilin. Otherwise, this prince will kill you right now. Even though her body was already so weak that it was difficult for her to move, Lang Bingshuang was still unwilling to give in. In her heart, she was still the majestic and domineering king of the Shilin mountain range. Any difficulty in front of him was incomparably weak. In order to protect the Shilin mountain range, she definitely could not fall, and even more so, could not reveal any weakness, because that would be a flaw. As a king, she definitely could not allow herself to have any flaws. If you want to kill me, then wait until this matter is over. But now, it is best for you to obediently stay here. As for the icy spirit frozen liquid, as I said, just leave it to me. Upon hearing Lang Bingshuang's words, not only did Xiao Yan have no intention of backing down, his tone was even more resolute as he directly agreed. With a flip of his palm, 2 jade bottles filled with elixirs appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. After delivering them to Lang Bingshuang, only then did Xiao Yan move his feet. Ignoring Lang Bingshuang's complicated gaze, in the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into a cool breeze and disappeared from this ice room. After Xiao Yan left, Lang Bingshuang's originally upright and delicate body suddenly softened. On the other side of a woman's strength, was an even more fragile and delicate side. With a complicated expression in her eyes, Lang Bingshuang's heart was filled with hesitation as she stared at the 2 jade bottles filled with elixirs in front of her. After a long while, she finally clenched her silver teeth and grabbed one of the jade bottles. Without any hesitation, she poured out the elixirs within it and swiftly consumed them. Then, she coiled up her body and began to slowly refine them. On the other side, relying on the speed of the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yan had once again arrived in front of the cold pool in a short period of time. As he gazed at the cold pool in front of him, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth gradually curled into a smile. Old goo, it's all up to you now. Heh heh, stinking brat, don't worry. With this old man here, nothing will go wrong. However, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. You actually thought of using such a method to swindle a girl into having a good impression of you. I'm afraid that you have swindled quite a few girls back then. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough, you really don't know how to act as an old man. Hurry up and get to work. Right now, the most important thing is to settle this problem first. Xiao Yan's face was red as he softly reprimanded. He could not help but use his hand to rub his nose. After which, he moved his feet and arrived at the edge of the cold pool. Chapter 776. In the hinterland of Shilin, beside the cold pool in the underground ice palace, a black-robed figure stood in this place. His handsome face appeared incomparably white under the reflection of the cold light. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? At this moment, Xiao Yan was staring at the cold pool in front of him. He frowned slightly and could not help but feel slightly nervous. The current cold pool was very different from when Lang Bingshuang was here. The surface of the water, which was originally as smooth as a mirror, was now deeply sunken, forming a bottomless whirlpool. In particular, the center of the whirlpool was a pitch-black hole. One could not see the bottom at a glance. The water was spinning rapidly in the whirlpool. Waves of cold air were sucked in from the huge hole above and poured into the depths of the whirlpool. Old goo, do you think we can really go down? Xiao Yan could not help but ask embarrassedly. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he could not help but feel nervous when he saw the bottomless whirlpool in front of him. Hee, why are you scared? Are you afraid? Since you are scared, don't go down. In any case, the eruption of the icy spirit cold spring this time is not complete. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You don't lack this time, right? I just don't know how many times the girl outside can withstand such an eruption. Guyu chuckled when he heard Xiao Yan's doubtful words and deliberately teased him. Xiao Yan was speechless when he heard Guyu's words. He pursed his lips and smiled helplessly. All right, tell me. How can I go down? I will listen to your arrangements. Hee, isn't it easy to go down? You don't have to listen to my arrangements. Just jump down from here. Guyu spoke in a seemingly careless manner. However, these words caused Xiao Yan to be stunned when he heard them. The muscles at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He cursed the old man in his heart. The terror of this icy spirit cold fountain was something that he had personally experienced. Faced with the strength from earlier, Xiao Yan did not think that he had the ability to contend with it. Now, he was actually asked to jump down. Was that not no different from seeking death? It should be known that the reason he dared to come here alone was because he had Guyu behind him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to come here and throw away his life. Hee, little fellow, don't worry. With me around, I guarantee that you will be safe. Guyu could not help but laugh in his heart when he saw Xiao Yan's hesitation. He immediately withdrew his joking tone and solemnly spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Yan finally became certain in his heart. It seemed that this old man was indeed not lying to him. However, it was likely that no one would be able to make him jump down without any preparation. Xiao Yan carefully extended his head to look at the enormous whirlpool in front of him. He felt a little afraid in his heart. However, at this moment, an invisible foot heavily kicked his buttocks from behind. Xiao Yan's heart was greatly startled as his body fell uncontrollably into the whirlpool. What a dilly-dallying! Guyu's somewhat illusory body finally revealed itself beside the cold pool. He helplessly shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. After which, he suddenly disappeared with a bang. In the next moment, a fierce dense white heavenly flame rose from the surface of Xiao Yan's body the moment his body fell into the whirlpool. It protected Xiao Yan's body while its frighteningly high temperature isolated the spring water. In front of Guyu, this icy spirit cold spring was indeed nothing. Even though it had existed for 5,000 years, this so-called advantage was nothing in the face of absolute strength. The entire pool flowed downwards in a straight line. With the isolation of the bone-chilling flame, Xiao Yan was not eroded by the extremely cold spring water. This caused him to rejoice in his heart as he quickly moved and dived deeper into the pool. Without the pressure created by the spring water, Xiao Yan's speed was not hindered by the slightest. Within a short moment, he had already descended a couple of thousand feet. However, it appeared that he was far from reaching the end of the pool. The depths of his sight were still pitch black. No life could be seen in this deep pool. This place appeared deathly silent. The deeper he dived, the larger the space became. The surrounding world was filled with icy blue spring water. There was only pitch-black darkness at the end of his sight. No light could be seen. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan even lost his sense of direction. If it were not for Guyu's guidance, it was likely that he would have been lost in this deep pool. Time gradually passed as Xiao Yan dived deeper. This long dive took Xiao Yan an hour. However, the surrounding world was still pitch black in the end. At this moment, even with the isolation of the bone-chilling flame, Xiao Yan could still sense the iciness of the surrounding spring water. Of course, he did not know that this was done on purpose by Guyu. Guyu's objective was naturally to use the extremely cold spring water to keep Xiao Yan in an extremely clear-headed state. This would prevent the emotions at the bottom of his heart from destroying his original objective of coming here. In this endless dive, Xiao Yan gradually lost track of how long he had dived and how deep he had gone. He could only guarantee that his direction was not wrong as well as his initial goal in the bottom of his heart. The surrounding world became increasingly pitch black. Xiao Yan seemed to have lost his sense of this space. He was like a helpless bird in the night sky. He could neither go nor retreat. Time was like flowing water around him as it rapidly passed by Xiao Yan. An icy temperature enveloped Xiao Yan's entire body. The bone-chilling flame seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Xiao Yan had reached the end of his journey. Even though he had not seen any valuable results, he could no longer continue diving. Xiao Yan's body stopped in the water. He could clearly feel the temperature of the spring water through the thick white flame. Without the protection of the heavenly flame, he might have frozen to death in an instant. Even if such an outcome would not occur for the time being, if Xiao Yan were to continue diving, such an outcome would be possible. Should he continue diving or choose to give up? Between perseverance and his life, Xiao Yan had to make a choice. In the end, Xiao Yan mobilized all the dou qi in his body. With a thought, a brilliant heavenly flame rose from the surface of his body. It was like a blooming flower in this dark and cold world, releasing brilliant colors. Furthermore, it was the only blazing flower in this pitch-black and cold world. Xiao Yan moved once again and continued heading deeper into the spring water. Guyu revealed a satisfied smile in Xiao Yan's heart. The coldness around Xiao Yan's body also swiftly faded. It was as if all the coldness had been diluted by this brilliant flower. Little did he know that he wasn't as strong as he had imagined. It was just that there was someone who had silently shouldered all of this for him. Time flew by quickly. Even though Xiao Yan's movements were not slow, it was impossible to distinguish them in this pitch-black world. Finally, at a certain moment, a starlight suddenly flashed at the edge of Xiao Yan's sight as he continued diving. Even though it disappeared in a flash, it was like a beautiful sunset in Xiao Yan's eyes. It lingered in his mind for a long time. Chapter 777. At the bottom of the cold pool within the ice palace. At this moment, Xiao Yan was standing in the extremely cold spring water. Fortunately, with the isolation of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan was not eroded by the spring water. A shocked glint was revealed in Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. He was staring at the enormous ice block in front of him, which was the size of a small mountain. His mouth was wide open and he appeared to be stunned. There was no need to describe the shock in his heart. At this moment, the thing that was suspended in front of Xiao Yan was an incomparably large piece of cold ice. Looking from a distance, this piece of cold ice was like a stalagmite. Its sharp end was pointed upward. The lower one was, the larger its size. From Xiao Yan's current position, he was unable to see the roots of this ice mountain at a glance. One could imagine just how large the size of this piece of cold ice was. The cold spring water swiftly withdrew beside Xiao Yan. Light flowed and finally turned into Guyu's figure. "Old Gu, what is this?" Xiao Yan opened his mouth slightly. His voice was somewhat astringent as he asked. "Unexpectedly, I really did not expect that there would really be an extreme cold ice soul here. Moreover, it is 5,000 years old. TSK, this is a peerless treasure." Guyu, who had appeared, also looked at the boundless enormous ice mountain in front of him with shock in his old eyes. The words from his mouth had already revealed the shock in his heart. "Extreme cold ice soul, old Gu, what is this?" Xiao Yan frowned. His eyes involuntarily swept over the enormous ice block in front of him. Guyu by the side nodded gently. He immediately explained to Xiao Yan, "Extreme cold ice soul. This is something that has a certain chance of appearing only in the core area of the icy spirit cold spring. Moreover, it can only appear under certain special environmental conditions. This ice soul is agglomerated from the purest energy of the icy spirit cold spring. Its ability is many times stronger than the spring water. Even if this thing is thrown into a heavenly flame, it will not be an easy task to refine it. With it, your chances of swallowing a heavenly flame in the future will greatly increase. This thing will be of great help in raising your strength. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he heard this. He had heard from Gu Yu that the icy spirit cold liquid had a great suppressive effect on all flames in the world. However, he did not expect that the effect of this extreme cold ice soul would be several times that of the icy spirit cold liquid. If Xiao Yan could obtain it and use it to refine a heavenly flame, would it not be an easy task? Little brat, don't think too much. Do you really think that you have all the good things in the world? How powerful is a heavenly flame? It is the most overbearing energy in the world. How can it be easily suppressed by this ice soul? Even if it can be suppressed, it will only be possible if the entire ice soul is used. Otherwise, do you really think that the reputation of a heavenly flame is just a bluff? Ugh! Xiao Yan was startled. He immediately smiled embarrassedly. That's right. Ever since he had swallowed a heavenly flame, anyone who saw the flame in his hand would reveal a shocked expression. The strength of a heavenly flame was renowned throughout the continent. Since ancient times, a heavenly flame had been a symbol of strength. Even a small flame would cause countless people to fight over it. From this point alone, one could tell that the strength of a heavenly flame was not undeserved. Although this ice soul was extraordinary, the strength of a heavenly flame was much greater than that of a natural object. Even if one wanted to suppress it, it was likely impossible unless one had an advantage in numbers. However, Xiao Yan lifted his head and looked at the enormous ice soul in front of him. He recalled what Gu Yu had said a moment ago. If one wished to suppress a heavenly flame, one would have to use the entire ice soul. Not to mention using it to suppress the heavenly flame, even trying to move it away was an impossible task. Cough cough, old Gu, what should we do now? We can't just sit here and watch. I don't think that I have the ability to move it away. Xiao Yan curled his lips and helplessly shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the enormous ice soul in front of him. Stinking brat, you are dreaming. You want to move it away. Forget about you, even this old man does not have the ability to do so. Gu Yu involuntarily cursed at Xiao Yan, not knowing whether to laugh or cry after hearing his words. Soon after, Gu Yu continued without waiting for Xiao Yan to speak. Brat, have you forgotten why we have entered this place? Xiao Yan was startled. His expression immediately brightened as he hurriedly replied. It is to quell the energy riot within the icy spirit cold fountain. That's right, but do you know how to quell it? Ugh, will old Gu please explain? Xiao Yan immediately displayed a respectful appearance after returning to the main topic. He cupped his hands together respectfully to Gu Yu and spoke with a serious expression. Ha, stinking brat, why do you immediately become normal when this matter concerns that girl? Xiao Yan's face turned red after teasing Gu Yu. Gu Yu shook his head and said, My original plan was to use the icy spirit cold fountain. My original plan was to use the bone-chilling flame to consume a portion of the energy in the core of the icy pool. This way, the energy within the icy spirit cold spring would be in a state of lack. Naturally, there would be no reason for the icy pool to riot. However, from the looks of it now, there is no need for us to do so. A smile appeared on Gu Yu's old face when he spoke. He lifted his eyes and swept them over the enormous ice soul in front of him. A glint flickered deep within his old eyes. Xiao Yan by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He swiftly thought about it in his heart and the muscles on the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. In his heart, he wondered if this old man in front of him was really thinking about this extreme cold ice soul. I have indeed taken a fancy to this ice soul. After all, this thing is the energy crystal of the icy spirit cold fountain. Its value is much higher than this spring water. Gu Yu turned his head and spoke to Xiao Yan with a smile. He seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts. Even if this is the case, we have no way of moving it away, right? Who asked you to move it away? It is the same idea as I had earlier. We will reduce a portion of the energy on this ice soul. At that time, the energy of the icy spirit cold fountain will naturally gather here and do its best to repair the energy that the ice soul has lost. This way, the icy spirit cold fountain will remain in a stable state and the riot will be resolved. As for the method, all we need to do is to remove a piece of this ice soul. Guyu smiled. His somewhat illusory body leisurely arrived in front of the enormous ice soul. He extended his hand and slowly placed it on the surface of the ice soul while being wrapped by the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan also understood Gu Yu's intention from behind. It seemed that Gu Yu had already planned to start with this ice soul the moment they arrived. This would eliminate the hidden danger of the energy riot of the icy spirit cold fountain and help Xiao Yan obtain a piece of ice soul. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. Xiao Yan looked at Gu Yu's back as he thought of this. His heart involuntarily felt a little touched. Gu Yu had done too much for him along the way. Although the two of them had not really interacted much, the relationship between the two of them had already reached an extremely close stage. Perhaps, from a certain point of view, the current Gu Yu was just like Yao Lao back then. Xiao Yan's throat rolled as he stared at Gu Yu's back. It was a long while later before he quietly said in his heart. Old Gu, thank you for this journey. Chapter 778. Oh, take it. Be careful. Although this thing does not appear big, it is agglomerated with the extremely cold energy of the entire icy spirit cold spring. Once this thing touches you, even you might not be able to deal with it. Gu Yu randomly threw a football-sized ice soul to Xiao Yan from the deepest part of the cold pool. Xiao Yan, who had originally intended to use his hand to catch it, hurriedly withdrew his hand when he heard Gu Yu's words. He swiftly took out a jade box of similar size from his storage ring. Only then did he manage to catch it and swiftly close the jade box. Although Xiao Yan's actions were quick, a thin layer of ice swiftly spread over the jade box the moment the jade box was closed. At the same time, an extremely cold feeling swiftly surged out from within the jade box. Damn it, it is indeed worthy of being an ice soul. This temperature is really frighteningly low. Xiao Yan hurriedly used his heavenly flame to wrap the entire jade box. A layer of fire barrier formed on the surface of the jade box. Only then did he manage to isolate the frightening cold aura. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan was still able to sense waves of cold aura being emitted from within. Xiao Yan carefully put it away. After which, he finally sighed in relief in his heart. He lifted his eyes and looked at the ice soul in front of him. He could see that an eye-catching pit had appeared on it. At this moment, waves of cold energy from the surrounding spring water seemed to have been attracted by something as they swiftly gathered toward the pit. This activity swiftly spread to the other parts of the pool. Finally, the entire pool seemed to have gathered at this moment. Waves of enormous energy continued to surge out from the spring water and swiftly poured into the pit. Within the ice palace in the outside world. At this moment, Leng Bingshuang had used the medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had left behind to recover a portion of her strength. Coincidentally, Leng Bingshuang had arrived at the cold pool. However, the scene that appeared in front of her caused her pretty face to be filled with surprise. At this moment, the surface of the cold pool in front of Leng Bingshuang, which was originally rapidly rotating in a whirlpool shape, had suddenly become quiet. Even the extremely cold water pillars that occasionally shot out from within swiftly disappeared the moment they rose. Soon, the entire cold pool regained its initial calmness. It was as though nothing had happened here. However, under this calmness, Leng Bingshuang clearly discovered that a storm was brewing deep within the cold pool. The pool, which appeared to have calmed down, was definitely not as it appeared on the surface. What is happening below? Leng Bingshuang clearly sensed that in the depths of the cold pool, the terrifying energy contained within the spring water was gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the first time that she had seen such a commotion after guarding the icy spirit cold spring for so many years. The appearance of this scene caused Lang Bingshuang to rejoice in her heart. At the same time, she did not dare to let down her guard for even a moment. After all, without knowing exactly what was happening, no one could guarantee that the icy spirit cold spring would not suddenly erupt again. If Lang Bingshuang were to let down her guard and get injured, it would be too late for regrets. Lang Bingshuang's delicate figure stood upright. With a twist of her jade-like hand, the icy blue longsword landed in her palm. A pair of long beautiful eyes stared intently at the seemingly calm water surface, patiently waiting. Time passed by minute, and the energy under the water was still gathering towards the depths. It seemed that there was no end to it at all. On the other hand, the expression on Lang Bingshuang's pretty face did not recover at all. Instead, it seemed to have become more dignified. No one knew exactly what was happening below the cold pool. Even with Lang Bingshuang's strength, she did not have any confidence in such a situation. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had already passed. At a certain moment, the expression on Lang Bingshuang's face suddenly changed. The hand holding the longsword tightened slightly as the Genesis chi in the chi vortex in her body stealthily began to circulate. It's coming. Undercurrents surged beneath the surface of the water, causing the calm water surface to violently churn at this moment, as if something was about to rush out from the depths. Lang Bingshuang's pretty face was filled with nervousness, ready to deal with whatever was about to happen. A few minutes later, a black figure suddenly charged out from the bottom of the cold pool, causing a large splash that splashed onto the icy ground around the cold pool. Icicles rapidly grew one after another, blooming like beautiful flowers. However, the piercingly cold light made it so that no one dared to carelessly touch them. Lang Bingshuang's soft body trembled slightly as the Genesis chi in her body poured out, completely blocking the splashing water. Next, the long sword in her hand was fiercely swung as a ferocious sword chi swiftly shot towards the black figure. Bang! At this crucial moment, Xiao Yan, who had rushed out of the water, hurriedly retrieved the heavy Xian ruler. The giant ruler flipped in the air, beautiful flames drawing a beautiful arc in the air as it heavily collided with the sword chi. Following an intense banged sound, the huge heavy Xian ruler uncontrollably escaped from Xiao Yan's hand and flew to the icy ground beside the cold pool. The heavy, huge ruler was forcefully inserted into the ground. Xiao Yan's body also involuntarily flew backwards. Finally, he heavily smashed into the ground on the other side of the cold pool. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat and the blood in his body churned. If it were not for the fact that Lang Bingshuang had yet to recover her strength, it was likely that the attack earlier would have been sufficient to take Xiao Yan's life. When she saw that the black figure that had rushed out of the water was actually Xiao Yan, a look of surprise involuntarily appeared on Lang Bingshuang's pretty face. Even she did not dare to enter the cold pool. Who would have thought that Xiao Yan would actually come out from below? This was just too unbelievable. Cough, 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 cough. I say, woman, I spent a lot of effort to help you quell the riot in this cold lake. Not only did you not thank me, you actually tried to kill me as soon as you came up. If it wasn't for my good luck today, if it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have already died under your sword. Xiao Yan also did not expect Lang Bingshuang to suddenly do something like this. While he felt some lingering fear in his heart, anger also swiftly rose from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, he could not be bothered to care about the other party's identity and could not help but reprimand her. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Lang Bingshuang's pretty face became embarrassed and angry. As an origin transformation expert, when had she ever been reprimanded like this? What's more, it was by a mere 6-star half-martial emperor brat. If it was any other time, Lang Bingshuang would definitely have retorted. If she was a little more vicious, she would have already threatened him with his life. However, this time, she did not know why. Although she clearly had such thoughts in her heart, her body remained frozen on the spot for a long time. In the end, she did not do anything. She just listened to Xiao Yan's reprimand with a red face. Only after a long while did Lang Bingshuang violently shake her head. She raised her long and narrow eyes and coldly glanced at Xiao Yan. The latter was immediately stunned. Only then did he remember how terrifying this woman was. Just as he was at a loss for words, Lang Bingshuang let out a soft snort. With a twist of her body, she left the place in a flash. On the spot, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but be slightly stunned. He wondered when this woman had stopped holding grudges. Soon after, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. With a move of his body, he quickly left the place. Chapter 779. Within the ice palace, Lang Bingshuang was slowly walking into a large hall that was completely made of ice. Xiao Yan followed closely behind her. Do you really think that I won't kill you? Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually followed her, the expression on Lang Bingshuang's pretty face immediately turned cold. She turned her head and coldly reprimanded Xiao Yan. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura was emitted from her body and ruthlessly pressed down on Xiao Yan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's footsteps, which were continuing to walk forward, also paused slightly. With a thought, a large amount of spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows and blocked Lang Bingshuang's aura. Of course, even though Xiao Yan had forcefully blocked the latter's aura, the expression on his face could not help but become slightly distorted. His complexion also became pale. You overestimate yourself. Lang Bingshuang let out a cold snort. She immediately withdrew the aura and pressure that she had spread out. Xiao Yan's body also suddenly felt relaxed. His stiff body suddenly straightened as his mouth panted for coarse air. After all, Lang Bingshuang was an origin transformation expert. Her aura was something that even a Do Di would not be able to endure. How could he possibly endure it with just his strength? From the looks of it, it was likely that Lang Bingshuang had intentionally held back. Otherwise, with Xiao Yan's strength as a 6-star half-emperor, even if the current Lang Bingshuang was not at her peak, it was still impossible for him to fight against her. Why exactly did the icy spirit cold spring stop moving? Ignoring Xiao Yan, Lang Bingshuang minded her own business and walked towards the depths of the large hall. At the same time, she also asked the question that had been in her heart along the way. Hearing this, a glint quickly flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He had already expected that the woman in front of him would definitely ask such a question. I don't really understand either. After the icy spirit frozen spring met my heavenly flame, it disintegrated very easily. I stayed in the icy spirit frozen spring for 4 hours and used up a lot of the icy spirit frozen spring's energy. Perhaps because of this, the icy spirit frozen spring stopped rioting. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and displayed an innocent expression, as if this was the true reason for this matter. Oh. Lang Bingshuang's footsteps paused. The corner of her eyes glanced at Xiao Yan behind her. Her sharp eyes contained a hint of suspicion. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. In the face of Lang Bingshuang's doubt, he had already repeatedly considered it in his heart many times. He had even imagined what the latter's expression would be like. Compared to what he had imagined, the current Lang Bingshuang's expression was much gentler. This also caused Xiao Yan's heart to be slightly different. I'll believe you for now. You followed me for the icy spirit frost liquid, right? Lang Bingshuang changed the topic and said again. Ever since they left the icy spirit cold spring, Xiao Yan had been following her. Other than the icy spirit cold spring, there could not be any other reason. You should have already taken the Bodhi returning pill. Now that I have helped you stop the icy spirit cold spring's movement, the icy spirit cold spring, shut up. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly shocked. He thought to himself, how can this woman turn hostile so quickly? You still have the face to mention the Bodhi returning pill. I have yet to settle that matter with you. Lang Bingshuang suddenly turned around. Her graceful figure was perfectly displayed as she turned around. A pair of long and beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan. A cold light flickered in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Lang Bingshuang was naturally referring to the matter of Xiao Yan touching her body. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly stunned. Immediately, his expression became awkward. He could not help but feel a little helpless. Being stared at by such a dangerous woman, how could he dare to act rashly? I am warning you one last time. You better forget about that matter. Otherwise, no one can save you. With a cold snort, Lang Bingshuang turned around again. At the same time, a ray of light flew towards Xiao Yan at the instant she turned around. Xiao Yan carefully received the flowing light. He focused his eyes and took a look. The thing that appeared in the air above his palm was surprisingly a jade bottle that was filled with icy spirit cold liquid. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and randomly kept it. At the same time, he quietly thought in his heart, "Woman, you clearly exposed yourself in front of me. How can it be so easy for me to forget?" Putting away the thoughts in his heart, Xiao Yan smiled embarrassedly and was about to raise his feet to follow. Get lost. You have already obtained what you want. Now, get out of the hinterland of Shilin. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally taking action. Lang Bingshuang coldly reprimanded in a low voice. At the same time, a powerful aura rapidly swept out from her body. Like an invisible giant bird, it pounced towards Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. He knew that this woman was not joking around this time. Helplessly, he could only quickly retreat. It was not until he left the hall that Lang Bingshuang's aura stopped. Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Since Lang Bingshuang intended to chase him away, he could only do as he was told. After all, the latter's strength was clearly displayed here. If this woman really got angry, Xiao Yan did not think that he had the ability to resolve it. Anyway, now that he had obtained the icy spirit cold spring, there was not much difference whether he stayed or not. He might as well leave this place and prepare for the next step of refining medicine. Icy spirit pill, I have waited for so many years for you. Now, you have finally arrived. Sighing softly in his heart, Xiao Yan's figure moved. He did not delay any longer and followed the route in his memory. In a moment, Xiao Yan had already left the ice palace and once again appeared in the snowy hinterland of Shilin. Lifting his head to identify the direction, Xiao Yan's figure moved and swiftly flew towards the east. This time, Xiao Yan did not plan to return to Tianning and the rest. Instead, he chose a more suitable mountain peak among the snowy peaks. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan quickly opened up a cave halfway up the snowy peak. After entering, he immediately took out the medicinal cauldron. Clang! A loud sound was heard. The enormous Luo Tian cauldron immediately smashed heavily in front of Xiao Yan. Its frightening weight caused the entire snowy peak to tremble slightly at this moment. The pure white snow that had accumulated over the years also suddenly collapsed, causing the nearby mountain forest to shake. After taking out the Luo Tian cauldron, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to begin refining the medicinal pill. Instead, he sat down and closed his eyes. He began to calm his heart and recover the Do Qi that he had exhausted in the ice palace. After refining the returning Bodhisattva pill the last time, Xiao Yan had already realized just how much energy a rank 3 alchemist needed to refine a medicinal pill was. Hence, before he confirmed that he had completely recovered to his peak, Xiao Yan did not dare to rashly start refining a medicinal pill. Compared to refining a medicinal pill for someone else, Xiao Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when doing things for himself. He wanted to ensure that this icy spirit pill was refined to an absolutely perfect state. Chapter 780. While Xiao Yan entered the cultivation state, Leng Bingshuang also began to cultivate, not daring to be careless. She was naturally doing this to refine the Bodhi return pill. Due to the unforeseen event in the cold pool, the Genesis Qi in Leng Bingshuang's body had been cleanly washed away by the eruption of the cold pool before she could recover her strength to its peak. Hence, for safety's sake, Leng Bingshuang had no choice but to restore her strength to its peak. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In the cave, Xiao Yan's eyelids trembled slightly as he sat cross-legged like a statue. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened as his lips parted slightly. The turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest was also slowly exhaled at this moment. With a slight twist of his body, Xiao Yan exerted force in his legs as he rose from his seated position. At the same time, the cracking sound of bones colliding rang out from all over Xiao Yan's body. A numb feeling spread from all over his body, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily let out a long and comfortable sigh. He casually moved his body a few times, feeling the dou qi in his body return to its peak. A smile slowly emerged from the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. Every time the dou qi in his body was overly exhausted and recovered, Xiao Yan's strength would once again solidify by a little. Although this process was slow and long, the path of cultivation was about gradual progress. Even the slightest growth that was akin to a drop of water was enough for Xiao Yan to treat it with all his strength. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and looked towards the green-gold medicinal cauldron in front of him. The special metallic luster made the cauldron appear even heavier than it looked. Xiao Yan's legs were crossed as he once again sat in front of the cauldron. With a thought, an enormous amount of spirit force immediately poured out from between his brows and poured into the enormous cauldron in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's vigorous dou qi was also poured in. Pop! All of a sudden, a magnificent flame suddenly rose up in the medicinal cauldron. The light of the flame passed through the cauldron's fire vent and shone on Xiao Yan's face. A pair of dark eyes that were as calm as an ancient well were reflecting the changes in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he patiently waited for the temperature within the medicinal cauldron to gradually rise. When the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached the level that Xiao Yan had expected, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his sleeve. Astral winds howled as streaks of flowing light shot out from Xiao Yan's palm like flying arrows and quickly entered the medicinal cauldron that had already opened its lid. The raging, heavenly flame charged up without any hesitation. Under the continuous consumption of the dou qi in Xiao Yan's body, it wildly refined the medicinal ingredients that had already been thrown into the medicinal cauldron. With the experience of refining the Bodhisattva pill, Xiao Yan also had some confidence in refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill. This was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, confidence was the beginning of success. Of course, excessive confidence would naturally lead to a tragic outcome. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's confidence was based on the premise that he had to be cautious. Only by being prepared and confident could he reduce the chances of failure to the lowest level. This was because he could already imagine the appearance of failure. Naturally, he would be more careful to avoid such a situation from happening. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a mold. He already had an answer to the exact appearance of the ice spirit pill in his heart. What he needed to do now was to pour the ingredients into the mold. Once time passed, the medicinal pill would naturally be completed. Time flew by. Unknowingly, 1 month had already passed. The medicinal ingredients within Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron had already been completely transformed into various kinds of extremely pure medicinal liquids. Under Xiao Yan's great control, he prepared to enter the next pill melting process. On the other side, Leng Bingshuang finally withdrew from her training state after a long recovery of over a month's time. After resting for a moment, she quickly swallowed the Bodhisattva pill, and once again entered her training state. She began to concentrate on refining the Bodhisattva pill within her body. In the outside world, at the bottom of the volcano deep within the Shilin mountain range, the three Sky Eagle brothers, along with Bao, were also present. In front of the four of them was an enormous stone platform. Some kind of complicated symbols were carved on it, causing it to be difficult to understand. At the middle of the stone platform, there was a scarlet monster core that appeared like a crystal bowl. This monster core was that 5-star D-class monster core. At this moment, the four of them had their eyes tightly shut. Following the rhythm of their breathing from their noses, waves of powerful energy that was filled with a wild and violent feeling gradually surged out from within the monster core. It was like scarlet fresh blood that climbed onto the bodies of the four of them. As they breathed, it poured into the bodies of the four of them. Originally, Xiao Yan did not plan to allow Bao to refine the energy within this monster core. After all, the time that they had known each other was really too short. Splitting such a powerful energy into 3 portions had already greatly reduced the utilization rate of this monster core. According to Xiao Yan's original estimation, if the energy within this monster core was completely swallowed by the 3 Sky Eagle brothers, the strength of the 3 of them should be able to reach the 2-star D class. However, if there was one more person, it would be difficult to say. The action of allowing Bao to join them was also suggested by Sky Eagle. He knew that Xiao Yan had the intention of keeping Bao in the Shilin mountain range from the very beginning. His invitation to Bao this time around would undoubtedly be able to help Xiao Yan while also allowing Bao to feel gratitude towards Xiao Yan and the rest of them. Even though Bao would lose a portion of the energy within this monster core because of this, it could also be considered several times more beneficial. Regardless of how one looked at it, they would not lose out in this transaction. In the blink of an eye, half a year had already passed. During this half a year, Xiao Yan had completely immersed himself in the process of refining medicine. Fortunately, Xiao Yan did not make any mistakes in the refinement of the Ice Spirit Pill this time around. It was basically completed in one go from the beginning to the end. At this moment, a round medicinal pill was already rotating and suspended in the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. The final step of the pill formation process was also about to come to an end. The smoothness of everything caused Xiao Yan to feel a pleasant surprise in his heart. At the same time, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless deep within his heart. The more important it was, the more he needed to clench his teeth. Only the moment the medicinal pill was truly completed would Xiao Yan be able to truly relax. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of thunder was emitted from the rising white fog in the sky. Xiao Yan, who had been sitting cross-legged within the cave for half a year, finally woke up at this moment. An exhausted smile was revealed on his pale face. With a flick of his finger, the Northern King once again appeared by his side. Pill lightning descends, Northern King appears. Chapter 781. On the other side, Shilin region, 4 great clans. A gentle white light was being emitted from the night pearls on the wall within a dark room of the Zhuo clan, causing the entire secret room to appear less dark. At this moment, the young master of the Zhuo clan, Zhuo Lin, was seated cross-legged in this room. Both of his eyes were tightly shut while both of his hands formed training seals. Waves of mottled natural energy continued to pour into his body from the surrounding space. With the increase of time, Zhuo Lin's aura had also gradually strengthened. From the looks of it, he was already close to an advanced 2-star D. By clan the Bai father and son were seated cross-legged within a similarly dark secret room. A cream-white crystal was placed in front of the two of them. There was no need to say anything. This crystal was surprisingly a spirit stone. However, it was different from an ordinary spirit stone in that the energy within this spirit stone was even purer. After over half a year of continuous swallowing and refining, the glow on this spirit stone did not show any obvious changes. Just this point alone was enough to cause people to praise it. This spirit stone was surprisingly a true high-grade spirit stone. It was likely that even the four great sects might not be able to take out such a high-grade spirit stone. Looking at the auras of Bai Ying and his son, Bai Ying's original strength of an intermediate 3-star Do Di had already successfully broken through to an advanced 3-star Do Di. Even Bai Zhan's strength had already reached an advanced 2-star Do Di. He was even stronger than Zhuo Lin of the Zhuo clan. As for the Hua clan, Sun clan, ever since the death of the patriarch, Sun Shuo, and the young master, Sun Hanshi, the current Sun family had been unable to recover from the setback. The Sun family, which was originally ranked at the bottom, had now become the laughing stock of many forces. When they went out, they would attract the ridicule of many people. This also caused the entire Sun family to be extremely disappointed. Currently, the only people in the Sun clan who were still in control of the clan were those old people within the clan. The middle-aged people of the same generation as Sun Shuo were either weak and had difficulty convincing everyone or were incompetent. They had strength but were unable to manage the matters of the clan. As for the younger generation of the clan, each of them was worse than the other. The current Sun clan was like a rock at the edge of a cliff that was tottering. It seemed that it could fall off the altar of the four great clans at any moment. At that time, not only would it lose its glorious reputation, but it would also suffer attacks from a countless number of factions. Being one of the four great clans, the Sun clan had made quite a number of enemies over the years. Now that it was already in such a state, one could easily imagine its future. The Northern King was completely fearless in the face of the vast and mighty thunderclouds that were hidden within the dense white fog within the Shilin mountain range. Its purple-gold body stood proudly in the sky, allowing the cold wind to sweep over it and the thunderbolts to strike it. Its body did not move at all. Each time the pill lightning struck, it would either be resolved by a punch from the Northern King or be forcefully swallowed by it. Such might cause one to feel a wave of fear when they saw it. Such a powerful puppet was something that one would not be able to find another in the entire Yuanwu continent. The pill lightning lasted for nearly 2 days. Xiao Yan had already used the pill melting ring to retrieve the ice spirit pill that was about to flee. At this moment, he was quietly refining the medicinal pill that he had swallowed within his body. As the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill gradually spread, Xiao Yan's aura also gradually recovered. 1 week later. After Xiao Yan had consecutively refined 3 Tier 3 medicinal pills, all aspects of Xiao Yan's body had once again recovered to its peak. Xiao Yan slowly stood up. He sensed the Do Qi within his body that had once again become abundant. He smiled slightly. His eyes immediately turned and looked at the Northern King, who had already returned to the cave. At this moment, the purple-gold skin on the surface of the Northern King's body had become much purer after swallowing all the pill lightning. The original dark black color was gradually fading as though it was undergoing a slow transformation. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and heavily struck the chest of the Northern King in front of him. Immediately, a heavy muffled sound was emitted. The Northern King's body involuntarily took a couple of steps back. After which, it stood steadily and no longer moved. On the other hand, Xiao Yan staggered back over 10 steps. Only then did he forcefully stop his body with a surprised expression. The surprise in Xiao Yan's heart deepened as he looked at his completely red right hand. At the same time, it also contained a wild joy. Xiao Yan had used at least 30% of his physical strength in that attack earlier. However, based on this result, it was likely that the strength of the current Northern King was close to that of a 3-star Do Di. How could this result not cause Xiao Yan to feel wild joy? The increase in the strength of the Northern King had undoubtedly increased Xiao Yan's overall strength. In this way, it was likely that the Northern King would not have any problem facing an ordinary 3-star Do Di with its current strength. By relying on its puppet body, it was likely that the Northern King would even have the strength to fight against an intermediate 3-star Do Di. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan, who was already incomparably excited in his heart, felt an emotion that could not be described with words. The increase in the strength of the Northern King had allowed Xiao Yan to have more confidence when he faced the four great sects in the future. It was likely that the four great sects would never have imagined that the small bandit, whom they had looked down upon back then, had now become an existence that could shake an elite Dodi. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts. He flipped his hand and turned his gaze to the jade bottle that had appeared in his hand. At this moment, there was an icy blue medicinal pill lying within the jade bottle. Despite the isolation of the jade bottle, Xiao Yan was still able to sense an extremely powerful, extremely cold aura from the medicinal pill. In the face of this aura, even the heavenly flame within his body involuntarily shook. It is indeed worthy of being a medicinal pill that can suppress a heavenly flame. This ice spirit pill is really extraordinary. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes brightened as he spoke with surprise. Next, it was time to prepare to swallow the heavenly flame. The smile that had just surfaced on Xiao Yan's face gradually disappeared as this thought appeared in his mind. It was replaced by a sad expression. "Ah, that's enough, little guy. How many times have I told you? What's going to come will come. Even if you can't bear to part with it, what can you do? If you really want to live up to this old man's expectations, then work hard on your cultivation and become an expert of your generation. Then, this old man will feel that it's worth it even if I lose my life." Gu Yu's figure gradually appeared beside Xiao Yan. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulder with one hand. His elderly eyes swept over the jade bottle in Xiao Yan's hand. The expression in his eyes appeared free and easy, but it also appeared to be unwilling. Chapter 782. One day later, within the mountain cave. Xiao Yan kept his medicinal cauldron. In an instant, only Xiao Yan was left in the large mountain cave. This space involuntarily became empty. Xiao Yan's lips parted slightly as he slowly exhaled a breath of air. After which, his tightly shut eyes were once again opened. A sharp glint immediately flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, the space in front of Xiao Yan distorted slightly and Gu Yu's figure appeared. "Haha, have you recovered to your peak?" Gu Yu gently stroked his beard with one hand. His eyes swept over Xiao Yan's body as he softly laughed. "I." Xiao Yan nodded. After a couple of rounds of medicinal refinement, his strength had not only stabilized at the advanced 6-star half-martial emperor level, but the aura within his body had also become much denser. After another day and night of recovery, Xiao Yan had once again recovered to his peak condition. This also meant that the current Xiao Yan could begin to devour and refine the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan's throat rolled slightly. An indescribably complicated feeling rose within his heart. "Haha, all right. Since everything is ready, it is time for the old me to begin." Gu Yu smiled faintly. His body sat in front of Xiao Yan. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was immediately heard. A dense white flame fiercely burned on Gu Yu's body. This time around, it was different from usual. Gu Yu's originally solid body gradually faded as the heavenly flame fiercely burned. His soul seemed to be gradually being burned. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily tightened upon seeing this scene. From the looks of it, Gu Yu was already burning his spiritual essence. Once his spiritual essence was completely burned, the wild and violent characteristics of the bone-chilling flame would be completely unleashed. At that time, unless Xiao Yan was able to devour and refine it, not only would Xiao Yan not be able to escape the Sea of Fire, but even the entire Shilin mountain range would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. "Brat, in 15 minutes, my soul will be completely burned. At that time, I will lose control of the bone-chilling flame. You will have to rely on yourself for everything that happens after that." Gu Yu, who was seated in the middle of the flame, revealed a slight smile to Xiao Yan. His words caused Xiao Yan's eyes to involuntarily redden. Gu Yu laughed out loud upon seeing this and said, "Brat, you brat. You are a grown man. Why do you cry so easily? Instead of feeling sad here, why don't you quickly prepare yourself? After all, regardless of whether you are able to devour the bone-chilling flame or not, the old me can only watch by the side. Gu Yu's laughter sounded. Immediately, a fierce flame rose from his body. His originally powerful aura became even more ferocious at this moment. Xiao Yan withdrew the emotions within his heart and did his best to calm himself down. He did his best to control his emotions in order to ensure that no accident would occur during the process of devouring the heavenly flame. As Xiao Yan's breathing gradually stabilized, the distracting thoughts within his heart were also tossed to the back of his mind. Before 15 minutes were up, Xiao Yan's condition had once again risen to another level. 15 minutes was up. Bang! One could hear a muffled bang being emitted from the heavenly flame. The dense white flame immediately became wild and violent. A powerful force filled the entire mountain cave in the blink of an eye. The frighteningly high temperature actually forcefully melted the walls of the mountain cave, turning them into a pool of magma. It was accompanied by a frighteningly high temperature as it gradually spread. At the same time, even the snowy peaks in the outside world were greatly affected. The pure white snow that had accumulated on the snowy peak that Xiao Yan was on for 100 years swiftly melted under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame. In less than 10 breaths, all the white snow that had accumulated on the entire snowy peak had completely melted. Even the few snowy peaks that were relatively close to it were in the same situation. Since the outside world was already like this, the temperature within the mountain cave was naturally even more frighteningly high. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had the heavenly flame protecting his body. As the beautiful flame wrapped around his body, it temporarily blocked the bone-chilling flame around him. He would not be swallowed by the bone-chilling flame within a short period of time. However, if Xiao Yan continued to remain indifferent like this, the result would be hard to say. Following the gradual spread of the bone-chilling flame within the huge mountain cave, the dense white flame was like a rising sea wave as it continuously spread towards the four walls of the mountain cave. The mountain began to melt at a speed that was visible to the naked eye from the inside out. At this moment, Xiao Yan also lifted his pair of pitch-black eyes. Both of his eyes were focused on the cluster of dense white flame that was the size of a basketball within the flame in front of him. This was also the essence of the bone-chilling flame. Staring intently at the actual body of the cluster of bone-chilling flame in front of him, Xiao Yan waved his large hand. The heavenly flame in his palm spat out and wrapped around it. Chi, however, just as the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's palm was about to approach the bone-chilling flame, Xiao Yan's flame was quickly extinguished uncontrollably. Xiao Yan was startled. Immediately, he reacted. To the bone-chilling flame's essence, his heavenly flame was merely a cluster of flame. Facing the latter, it was already not bad that Xiao Yan's flame was able to continue burning. If he wanted to use it to refine the bone-chilling flame, it was basically impossible. Damn it, I forgot about this. The heavenly flame was the king of all flames. An ordinary flame did not even have the qualifications to burn in front of it. Even among the heavenly flames, one's status was similarly determined by one's strength. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame had no way of contending against the actual, bone-chilling flame. Looks like I can only rely on my own strength. Xiao Yan bitterly clenched his teeth. The heavenly flame could at the very most be used to block. In that case, the task of swallowing and refining the bone-chilling flame could only be completed by Xiao Yan himself. Of course, during this process, the effect of the ice spirit pill was naturally indispensable. Force elephant skill, activate. With a roar in his heart, Xiao Yan's body shook. A powerful force instantly swept through his entire body. In the state of the force elephant skill, other than using the virtual shadow, it could also be used on the actual body. However, it did not have the effect of ignoring pain. The Force Elephant skill was extremely tyrannical in terms of the strength of the physical body. After using the Force Elephant skill, Xiao Yan's physical body, from inside to outside, would be raised by a level. In this way, Xiao Yan would naturally have more confidence in resisting the corrosion of the bone-chilling flame on his body. After doing all this, Xiao Yan finally slowly exhaled a breath of air. His gaze focused on this cluster of extremely wild and violent flame in front of him. He widened his mouth and a suction force immediately surged from it. He actually forcefully swallowed the essence of the bone-chilling flame into his body. Chapter 783. Once the bone-chilling fire entered Xiao Yan's body, it immediately emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. Under this high temperature, even though Xiao Yan had already used the Force Elephant skill and had the heavenly flame protecting his body, it was still difficult to withstand the might of the bone-chilling fire. Very quickly, an extremely high temperature gradually spread out within Xiao Yan's body. Those internal organs and qi paths that were wrapped by do qi were also gradually covered by a layer of cold ice. The unique characteristic of the bone-chilling fire was that while it emitted a high temperature, it would also completely freeze the other party. That kind of cold ice might appear to be extremely cold, but the temperature that was emitted from it was extremely frightening. Under the layer of ice, Xiao Yan's internal organs and qi paths gradually became scalding hot and painful. Xiao Yan's originally calm expression could not help but become distorted the moment the bone-chilling fire erupted. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's tenacious and firm character was finally able to barely endure this intense burning pain. Even so, Xiao Yan's monkey face also became flushed red. Xiao Yan forcefully stabilized his mind. A thought passed through his mind and surging do qi immediately swept out from the vortex in his body. It took the form of an inescapable net as it surrounded the bone-chilling flame that was currently wantonly destroying his qi paths. As an origin flame, the strength of the bone-chilling fire was naturally not something that an ordinary seed flame could compare with. Faced with Xiao Yan's do qi encirclement, the bone-chilling fire also took the initiative to defend itself. The raging flame did not dodge and faced Xiao Yan's encirclement head-on. A terrifyingly high temperature spread out and Xiao Yan's qi paths were swiftly wrapped by the cold ice. Those surging do qi were also blocked by the cold ice, causing Xiao Yan to expend quite a bit of strength in order to remove the cold ice. However, following this, the bone-chilling fire suddenly charged over and heavily shattered the do qi that Xiao Yan had agglomerated. Instantly, his do qi was broken and a tearing pain swiftly surged out from within his body, causing Xiao Yan to feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. He could only use all of his strength to urge the do qi within the vortex to crazily surge toward the thick white flame. Under this heart-wrenching pain, Xiao Yan's flesh and blood turned scarlet from inside out. His entire body could not help but tremble violently. However, as time passed, Xiao Yan's trembling body gradually stabilized. The bone-chilling flame temporarily stopped spreading under the crazy bombardment of the do qi within Xiao Yan's body. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle immediately landed in his hand. Xiao Yan did not hesitate to crush it. Immediately, the ice spirit pill appeared in his palm and he stuffed it into his mouth. The instant the ice spirit pill entered his mouth, it turned into an icy cold energy that flowed along Xiao Yan's throat and quickly merged into his body. Immediately, the icy cold medicinal strength swiftly spread throughout Xiao Yan's body. Wherever it passed, the powerful, bone-chilling flame would quickly retreat. The thick white flame that had already spread to Xiao Yan's entire body was forced back into the vortex within Xiao Yan's lower abdomen by the ice spirit pill within a short period of time. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart was immediately filled with joy. This ice spirit pill was really mysterious. Even Xiao Yan himself was helpless against the bone-chilling flame in his body. He did not expect that this medicinal pill would display such a shocking strength the moment it appeared. The ice spirit pill really lived up to its reputation. Within the vortex, the ice spirit pill continued to emit waves of majestic medicinal strength, forming a layer of almost solid icy blue energy barrier that firmly covered the bone-chilling flame within it. The powerful medicinal strength continued to approach the bone-chilling flame, as though it wanted to extinguish it. However, faced with such an overbearing ice spirit pill, the bone-chilling flame seemed to be furious. The thick white flame cluster suddenly began to burn intensely. Waves of frightening destructive aura continued to be emitted from within it. Just as the medicinal strength of the ice spirit pill gradually approached, a fierce, heavenly flame suddenly surged out from within the bone-chilling flame, instantly incinerating the medicinal strength that was repeatedly approaching. After incinerating the medicinal strength, the bone-chilling flame viciously charged toward the icy blue energy barrier like a hot knife through butter. It seemed as though it wanted to break through it in one go. The sudden appearance of this scene also caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly tremble. He hurriedly maneuvered the dou qi within his body and stepped forward to provide support. However, Xiao Yan's worry was clearly unnecessary. Faced with the sudden counterattack of the heavenly flame, the ice spirit pill also emitted a bright glow. At the same time, a similarly frightening medicinal strength also swept out from within it and swiftly poured into the icy blue energy barrier. Soon after, the bone-chilling flame heavily collided with the layer of energy barrier. The instant of collision caused some crack lines to appear on the icy blue barrier. At the same time, the strength of the raging, bone-chilling flame also swiftly declined. The two separated upon contact. The collision this time around could be said to be a draw. However, in the next moment, the cracks on the icy blue barrier that had just appeared suddenly and swiftly shrunk. The crack lines on it also completely recovered in an instant. The icy blue glow became even deeper. Just as the bone-chilling flame was about to struggle free, the icy blue barrier also swiftly wrapped around the exterior of the dense white flame cluster, completely sealing the hot energy within it. Within a short period of time, the bone-chilling flame would likely have difficulty escaping from this layer of barrier. In an instant, all the hot aura within Xiao Yan's body was annihilated. Xiao Yan also took advantage of this opportunity to hurriedly maneuver the heavenly flame within the vortex within his body. It surrounded the bone-chilling flame, which had temporarily lost all resistance, and swiftly turned into a fire medicinal cauldron. A beautiful flame rose and wildly refined the heavenly flame. Currently, the bone-chilling flame had already lost the ability to resist. What Xiao Yan needed to do now was to completely destroy the little bit of consciousness within the bone-chilling flame. After which, he would imprint his own spiritual imprint on it, refine it and merge it with the heavenly flame within his body. As long as he reached this point, the process of swallowing the heavenly flame would be completely completed. The enormous spiritual strength that belonged to a rank 3 alchemist swarmed out at this moment. It passed through the energy barrier like an invisible drill and directly entered the depths of the bone-chilling flame. This process sounded simple in theory, but if it was to be done, it would be extremely troublesome and painful. Pure spiritual strength had to pass through the bone-chilling flame's essence and reach the deepest part. During this process, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had to endure the merciless roasting of the bone-chilling flame. It had to corrode the core of the bone-chilling flame and erase that trace of consciousness. If there was even the slightest intention of retreating, it would cause all of his previous efforts to be wasted. This process was slow and long. Fortunately, the bone-chilling flame's essence had already been suppressed by the ice spirit pill, and its strength had been greatly reduced. Even though the process was still somewhat painful, Xiao Yan was able to endure it given his tenacity. The corrosion process was extremely slow. However, Xiao Yan was not anxious. After all, no matter how one put it, a heavenly flame was the most destructive thing in the world. If one wanted to control a heavenly flame, how would one be able to obtain it without paying a price? Giving and receiving were originally mutually balanced. Moreover, riches were sought from danger. Dealing with a heavenly flame itself was an extremely dangerous matter. Chapter 784. Time slowly flowed by under this dull erosion. Xiao Yan was like an old monk meditating, not the slightest bit moved by external things. He focused his mind and placed all of his attention on the dense white flame. This kind of slow erosion continued for a full month. Xiao Yan's face also became increasingly pale. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and traces of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Looking at the bone-chilling fire within the vortex, the dense white flame had gradually calmed down. It was no longer as berserk as it was at the beginning. This indicated that the trace of consciousness within the bone-chilling fire was gradually being worn down. Crack, until a certain moment, within Xiao Yan's body, within the dense white flame within the vortex, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. Following the sound, Xiao Yan's quiet mind also fiercely jumped. Looking inside his mind, Xiao Yan hurriedly looked at the bone-chilling fire within the vortex. At this moment, the bone-chilling fire was currently being wrapped by the remaining medicinal strength of the ice spirit pill. It was currently suspended within the vortex, and the dense white flame light was warm and peaceful. The bone-chilling fire, which was originally filled with offensive and destructive power, had finally completely dissipated after Xiao Yan's long period of erosion. Right now, this ball of flame was probably as cold as a newborn baby, and did not possess any offensive capabilities. "I've finally succeeded." Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's pale face finally could not help but reveal a relaxed smile. In order to wait for this moment, he had exhausted nearly a third of his spiritual force within this ball of flame. If he did not succeed, Xiao Yan did not know if he would be able to continue bitterly enduring. Next, it's time to refine and fuse it. With a smile in his heart, Xiao Yan once again gathered his attention. With a thought, an enormous amount of spiritual force once again surged out, wrapping around the bone-chilling fire, which had already lost the control of the ice spirit pill. He slowly moved it into the route of the flame mantra chi method, and quietly began to circulate it. Refining the bone-chilling fire, which had lost its consciousness to resist, was much easier than Xiao Yan had imagined. Perhaps this was because this body had been burned by the damn flame for a long period of time, causing Xiao Yan to have already adapted to the temperature emitted by this fellow. Fortunately, the refining process this time around was unusually smooth. Of course, although it was smooth, there was a similarity with the erosion of the consciousness of the fallen heart flame. It was still extremely slow. This slow speed even caused one to feel as though one was about to collapse. Fortunately, no matter how terrifyingly slow the speed was, at the very least, it would eventually reach the end. This point was already sufficient for Xiao Yan to persevere with all his heart. The moment the bone-chilling fire was successfully refined by Xiao Yan, a joy slowly climbed out from the depths of his heart, causing the latter's handsome face to be filled with a joyful smile. Looking within his mind, Xiao Yan looked at the bone-chilling fire that was currently quietly flowing within his chi paths. The joy in Xiao Yan's heart grew a little denser. Now that the refinement of the bone-chilling fire had been completed, the next step was to merge it. As long as the bone-chilling fire itself was merged with the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body, the two energies would blend together. At that time, Xiao Yan's strength would also be able to rise. After being refined, the bone-chilling fire was just like an obedient baby within Xiao Yan's chi paths. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and it began to circulate according to his thoughts. However, just an existence like this alone was unable to allow Xiao Yan to truly control it. After all, before the bone-chilling fire and the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body completely merged, they were ultimately two different energies. Even if he could control them as though they were his arms, there would be great inconveniences regardless of whether it was in various aspects. Moreover, if he was careless, there might even be the danger of a backlash from the heavenly flame. With regards to this, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Within the crystal-clear spacious qi paths, the dense white-colored flame crazily surged like floodwaters. Xiao Yan's mind controlled the flame and it slowly flowed along his qi paths. This repeated for a couple of cycles before it gradually flowed through his qi paths and poured into the vortex that had already become empty. At the center of the vortex, within the vortex space, there would occasionally be some brilliant flames flickering. It involuntarily released a faint pressure, as though it was somewhat resistant to the intrusion of the bone-chilling fire. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he suppressed that brilliant flame. However, the bone-chilling fire on the other side once again began to churn uncontrollably. This kind of boiling on the left and right caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat unable to split himself. Even though all of his spiritual strength had already gushed out, these two clusters of flames were not the slightest bit willing to calm down. The flames between them also became increasingly fierce. In the end, even Xiao Yan found it somewhat difficult to control them. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but be stunned in his heart. Why did this appearance look like two hot-tempered women arguing about status? Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. It was as though Xiao Yan did not have the right to speak in this vortex space and it was completely the two of them. Helplessly sighing, Xiao Yan did not give these two clusters of flames the chance to continue. After all, if this dragged on for too long, Xiao Yan was also worried that the bone-chilling fire would suddenly lose control. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this moment and make the best use of his time to completely merge these two clusters of heavenly flames. With a thought, a powerful do qi swiftly surged out from within the vortex space. It followed the qi method route of the flame mantra and carefully poured into the vortex. Like a boundary, it stood between the two clusters of flames. Fuse it for me now. Violently inhaling a breath of cool air, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated as an order was issued from the bottom of his heart. Following the issuance of this order, a layer of powerful do qi light film immediately covered the two clusters of heavenly flames. It separately wrapped around the two clusters of heavenly flames and forcefully suppressed the aura of the two clusters of flames that were repeatedly climbing. After which, under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the two clusters of flames that were wrapped in do qi slowly approached each other. Finally, they collided together. Bang! Even though these two clusters of flames were separated by do qi, the instant they collided together, they still emitted a low, deep, and clear sound. The scorching temperature also swiftly rose in Xiao Yan's mind at this instant. Facing this situation, Xiao Yan's heart was calm. He had already predicted what would happen next. Having swallowed heavenly flames several times, Xiao Yan could be said to be extremely familiar with this process. Carefully controlling his do qi, Xiao Yan did his best to isolate most of the two clusters of flames. After which, they slowly approached each other and gradually came into contact with each other a little at a time. However, even though Xiao Yan's action had already reached the point where it was difficult to detect with the naked eye, the two types of heavenly flames that were so close to each other still violently rolled. They burned, entangled, rolled, and finally appeared to be competing with each other as they repeatedly emitted a high temperature. From the looks of it, it was as though they would not stop until they defeated the other party. However, after a long period of time, if one was able to carefully observe, one would be able to discover that the flames that came into contact with each other between the two clusters of flames were gradually blending together. These two clusters of flames were like two war-crazed generals. No fighting, no friendship. The two clusters of flames gradually merged bit by bit after a long period of contact. In this regard, Xiao Yan's heart was both excited and nervous. However, he still steadied his mind and patiently waited for the two clusters of flames to blend together. Chapter 785. Within the vortex, enormous and pure do qi endlessly poured into the two balls of flames. It did its best to maintain the balance between the two balls of flames, preventing them from exploding or stopping them from colliding with each other. Time quickly passed by in this slow fusion. Unknowingly, even Xiao Yan himself forgot about the existence of time. His mind was focused on the two balls of flames that were slowly mixing with each other within the vortex. In the outside world, at the bottom of the volcano, the four people who were in seclusion within the depths of the magma woke up one by one. Asterisk rumble 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 asterisk The entire Shilin mountain range was enveloped by pitch-black, dense clouds. Lightning was vast and mighty, and its momentum was astonishing. Even a portion of the Shilin region's experts also discovered the situation over here. Immediately, the human experts in the Shilin region couldn't help but boil over. The abnormality in the Shilin mountain range also quickly spread. The existence of this dark cloud lasted for a whole week. During this period, many experts in the Shilin region saw figures flashing in the sky in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. They collided fiercely with the shocking thunderbolts that fell from the thunderclouds. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying power that came from the thunderbolts. This is the Emperor's tribulation. There's a magical beast undergoing the Emperor's tribulation. It's said that there are 3 powerful magical beasts in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. They're in charge of all the magical beasts in the Shilin mountain range. Looking at this Emperor's tribulation, could it be that one of them is undergoing the Emperor's tribulation? Very soon, the news of a magical beast undergoing the Emperor's tribulation in the Shilin mountain range spread throughout the Shilin region. If it was in the past, the 4 great clans wouldn't care about the Shilin mountain range. However, this time, they were especially careful. Especially when they found out that the Emperor's tribulation lasted for an entire week, the upper echelons of the 4 great clans immediately became silent. The reason why they didn't do anything wasn't because they didn't do anything. On the contrary, they secretly sent people to infiltrate the Shilin mountain range to investigate the situation. In the end, the upper echelons of the 4 great clans obtained the answer that there were 4 9-star half-emperors undergoing the tribulation in the depths of the Shilin mountain range at the same time. When the experts they sent discovered them, they had already established themselves as emperors. They even almost discovered the people from the 4 great clans. 4 people undergoing the tribulation at the same time and becoming emperors. This caused the 4 great clans couldn't help but sink into deep thoughts. Was there really such a coincidence in this world that 4 people were transcending their tribulations at the same time? Most importantly, it was in the same place. This was the most suspicious thing. Could it be because of Xiao Yan? Once this thought arose, the 4 great clans immediately became restless. They all knew that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan would not have any pressure when refining a D-tier medicinal pill like the Emperor Disaster Pill. If Xiao Yan had used the Emperor Disaster Pill to make a deal with a high-rank magic beast in the Shilin mountain range, it would make sense for the 4 of them to break through to the Do D class at the same time. No wonder. No wonder Xiao Yan had disappeared for over 2 years. He was actually hiding in the Shilin mountain range. With the magical beasts of the Shilin mountain range as a cover, even human experts would not dare to venture in. Naturally, no one would be able to discover his tracks. Do you think you're so smart that we won't be able to find you? However, even though the members of the 4 great clans had thought of this point, they still did not make a move. The 4 great clans did not make a move. They quietly waiting for the day when their baby dragon would break out of its cocoon. Time slowly flowed by during this boring merger. Xiao Yan's body was just like a statue that did not move even a little. Even the aura around his body had been completely withdrawn into his body. If it was not for the occasional breaths from his nose, it was likely that anyone would have thought that he was a dead person. Unknowingly, another year had passed. Within the mountain cave, the merger of the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body was gradually nearing its end. Looking at it now, the originally 2 clusters of different colored flames had completely merged together. In the middle of the 2 clusters of flames, a cluster of white-colored flames that carried a brilliant color slowly rose. The aura that was emitted from it was many times stronger than the dense white flame and the brilliant flame beside it. It was also at this moment that the aura within Xiao Yan's body finally started to fluctuate. A burst of powerful energy was emitted from the cluster of heavenly flame in the middle of the vortex. It gradually filled the entire vortex space within Xiao Yan's body. In the end, it entered into his meridians and followed the route of Xiao Yan's flame technique. After circling around once, it returned to the vortex space once again. Xiao Yan's strength was gradually increasing in this endless cycle of refinement. The strength of a late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor rapidly increased. Soon, Xiao Yan's aura had reached the peak of late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. In fact, it did not even have the slightest trace of stopping. It broke through to the 7th-star half-martial emperor in one go and directly approached the 8th-star half-martial emperor. 3 months later, Xiao Yan's aura had reached the middle stage 9-star half-martial emperor. However, this momentum still did not have the slightest trace of stopping. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body had finally calmed down. The bone-chilling flame and those brilliant, heavenly flames had finally completed their merger. It was also at this moment that an even more enormous energy aura suddenly surged out from Xiao Yan's body. Half a year later, Xiao Yan's strength had reached the peak of late-stage 9-star half-martial emperor. In the end, he had broken through to the Do-Di realm. All of this appeared to be very smooth. It could be said that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. There was not the slightest trace of stopping. The only flaw was that this process was somewhat long. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiao Yan had obtained true strength. Merely, it was unknown what would happen if Xiao Yan's thoughts were to be heard by others. One must know that the process of breaking through from a 6-star half-martial emperor to a Do-Di was a process that even those with good talent would need over 10 years. For those with poor talent, it might even take tens or hundreds of years. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had broken through from a 6-star half-martial emperor to a Do-Di in a mere couple of years. Yet, he still felt that this was not enough. How could others raise their heads with such thoughts? However, what was even more unimaginable was that even though Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the Do-Di realm, the enormous energy that was surging out from his body did not stop. In other words, Xiao Yan's strength still had the space to increase. However, it was also at this moment that several tens of thousands of kilometers away at a certain place in the central region. Within a pitch-black mysterious space, a couple of figures were standing in a disorderly fashion. In the middle of this space, there was a strangely shaped mirror. The reason why it was called a mirror was because its outer appearance was exactly the same as a commonly seen mirror. However, it was several times larger in comparison. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that this mirror, which was supposed to be smooth and reflective, was abnormally dark and deep. Chapter 786. In the dimly lit mysterious space, several figures were standing within it. At this very moment, in the middle of the crowd, there was a huge mirror. However, what was different from an ordinary mirror was that this mirror was abnormally dark. The frame of the mirror was engraved with dense mysterious runes that no one could understand. Invisibly, one could see some scarlet blood-like light flashing on those runes from time to time. It looked quite strange. The back of this mirror was also filled with strange symbols. The only difference was that there were 3 mysterious symbols carved in the middle of the back of the mirror. The 3 symbols were invisibly pieced together and were seamlessly joined together. It was as if they were originally a single entity. There was an empty space around these 3 symbols. Nothing was carved on it. No one knew if the person who created this mirror did not have the time to carve it or if he had purposely left it in such a state. At this very moment, one of the 3 symbols was emitting a faint glow. It was flickering slowly. As for the other 2 beside it, perhaps they were originally flickering as well. However, due to some reason, they had dimmed down. This time around, all of you must find the key. If you really can't find it, you must not leave behind any future troubles." Suddenly, an extremely gloomy voice sounded from within the darkness. After the people present heard this voice, their hearts all trembled. The only two half-martial emperors present were so frightened that they prostrated themselves on the ground. They did not even dare to raise their heads as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. "Go and retrieve the key. I guarantee that you will no longer have to worry about anything in the future." The gloomy voice was transmitted once again. The hearts of the two half-martial emperors immediately rejoiced. Normally, the two of them were existences that were akin to fleas. No one would lower their heads to take a look at them. Now that they finally had the opportunity to make a comeback, how could they not be excited? The voice expressed its gratitude and excitement. Soon after, a dark black light suddenly shot out from the darkness behind everyone. It was like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the huge mirror. Soon after, the pitch-black mirror suddenly distorted as the black light poured in. In just a few breaths, a faint suction force surged out from it, causing the space in front of it to distort slightly. At this moment, the two half-martial emperors also slowly crawled up. The two of them looked at each other. After that, they walked to the front of the mirror. One of the two, a gray-haired old man, cautiously looked at the mirror before him. Then, with a thought, a strand of spiritual strength was separated from his mind and sent into the mirror before him. In the blink of an eye, the old man frowned slightly. A pained expression appeared between his brows. The wisp of spiritual strength that he had injected earlier had actually been forcefully swallowed by the mirror in front of him. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. You want to pry into its end with just you." A black-robed person standing by the side suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was filled with disdain. Hearing those words, the bodies of the two half-martial emperors involuntarily trembled once again. With the exception of the two of them, the rest of the people present were all extremely powerful individuals. They were existences that they absolutely could not afford to offend. Of course, that might only be the case for now. Once they returned, things would no longer be certain. The eyes of the two old men carried the longing in their hearts as they turned around. They once again landed on the mirror in front of them. After hesitating for a moment in their hearts, the two of them simultaneously leaped into the black hole-like distorted space in front of them. Turning their heads around, they once again looked at the western region. Shilin Mountain Range, within the mountain cave. At this moment, Xiao Yan was still immersed in his long training state. Normally speaking, the D-calamity should have already appeared above the mountain range. However, due to Xiao Yan's advancement still not stopping, the time when the D-calamity would appear was delayed. However, this did not mean that the D-calamity would not descend. With the flow of time, the aura within Xiao Yan's body had already gradually stabilized at the initial 1-star Do-D level. Moreover, it was still becoming stronger and stronger. At the same time, the few future young masters of the 4 great clans within the Shilin region were also doing their best to train. An invisible competition had already been established between the few of them. Everyone was doing their best to increase their strength. Of course, other than becoming stronger, the 4 great clans naturally hoped to capture Xiao Yan and display their might. As for the 4 great sects, they did not seem to bother about the current Xiao Yan despite some small actions between them. Of course, there might also be someone quietly observing. It was just that no one was aware of it. As the saying went, there was no time in training. In the blink of an eye, another half a year hurriedly flashed by. Looking at Xiao Yan's current strength, he had actually reached the 2-star Do-D level. However, it seemed that this training had yet to come to an end. Even though his strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do-D level, Xiao Yan's aura was about to step into the intermediate 2-star Do-D level. This scene caused Xiao Yan to be quietly joyful in his heart. At the same time, he involuntarily felt a faint pain deep within his heart. It seemed that something deep within his heart had been touched. The training continued. However, Xiao Yan's mind began to waver without any forewarning. Although this was not enough to affect the increase in Xiao Yan's strength, it still caused Xiao Yan to be unable to relax. Finally, Xiao Yan's strength had once again broken through one day. It was also at this moment that the majestic energy within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body was gradually refined. Looking at Xiao Yan's strength again, he had already reached the peak of the advanced 2-star Do-Di level. He was only one step away from the 3-star Do-Di level. Of course, Xiao Yan could use that energy to break through to the 3-star Do-Di level or an even higher level. However, Xiao Yan clearly understood that one could only obtain a truly great strength by taking things one step at a time on the path of training. Blindly seeking strength and forgetting one's foundation would only affect one's future training path. Hence, even though Xiao Yan's strength was ultimately suppressed to the peak of the advanced 2-star Do-Di level, Xiao Yan's strength might not necessarily be weaker than some experts who had advanced to the advanced 2-star Do-Di level for many years. He might even be stronger. This was the advantage of having a solid foundation. When facing experts of the same level, one's own foundation was where one could truly compete. However, when the aura within Xiao Yan's body had just stopped rising, a slight fluctuation was suddenly transmitted from deep within Xiao Yan's mind. Instantly, a glint flashed within Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. A cold glint flashed past in a lightning-like manner. Chapter 787. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged within the mountain cave. The powerful aura within his body was just like a huge entrenched dragon. Following the complete merger of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's strength had completely stabilized at the peak of an advanced 2-star Do-Di. However, it was also at this moment that an unusual change suddenly occurred deep within Xiao Yan's body and deep within his mind. The dark black soul bead slowly stood within his mind. The extremely solid spiritual strength had caused the soul bead to become a little deeper. At the same time, following the increase in Xiao Yan's strength this time around, his own spiritual strength had also greatly increased. Based on the current situation, it was likely that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength could be considered outstanding among all the rank 3 alchemists. However, just as Xiao Yan's aura broke through to the peak of an advanced 2-star Do-Di, an extremely obscure aura suddenly surged out from within the dark black soul bead. The moment he sensed this aura, Xiao Yan's heart was not the least bit worried. Instead, it was filled with a cold smile. It seemed that he had already expected this. "You are finally willing to come out. I have been waiting for you." Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. It was also at this moment that the soul bead within his mind began to tremble intensely. Waves of majestic spiritual strength spread out uncontrollably. Soon after, a cluster of black smoke slowly rose from within the soul bead. After a couple of changes, it agglomerated into a somewhat illusionary human figure. Gagga. Xiao Yan, do you still remember the old me? Gagga. An ear-piercing strange laughter repeatedly reverberated within Xiao Yan's mind. A dense black fog spread out and surrounded the soul bead within his mind. Xiao Yan looked within his mind. The spiritual strength within the soul bead swiftly surged out and agglomerated into Xiao Yan's illusory figure. Xiao Yan stood opposite He Mu and faced the latter with a smile. "He Mu, it has really been a long time since we last met." Xiao Yan smiled slightly. His tone was calm as he spoke. One could not hear any emotional fluctuation in his tone. It was as though he had already expected this moment to arrive. Yes, this ball of pitch-black mist was the black wood that should have been annihilated in the Southern Territories' ginseng world. Pretending to be calm. This old man has been hiding in your body for so long just for this day. How could you find me so easily? He Mu sneered disdainfully. He did not believe that Xiao Yan could remain calm in front of him at such a critical moment. Unfortunately, he had overlooked one person before this. Guyu Xiaoyan could not detect He Mu's existence, but it did not mean that Guyu could not detect him. Given Guyu's powerful means, He Mu's remnant soul could crush him as easily as crushing an ant. However, Guyu did not do so. According to what old Luo had said back then, they had found a fragment of the ginseng spiritual root in the ginseng spiritual space. However, the powerful energy that was originally contained in that fragment of the ginseng spiritual root had completely disappeared. Even its original body had been destroyed. The disappearance of the energy in the ginseng spiritual root made Guyu think of He Mu immediately. Unless He Mu had taken away the powerful energy when he separated the remnant soul from the ginseng spiritual root, it was impossible for the ginseng spiritual root to turn into scrap metal. However, if that was the case, He Mu's remnant soul was a great fortune to Xiaoyan. Based on the situation at that time, Guyu did not forcibly remove He Mu's remnant soul from Xiaoyan's body. Firstly, he did not want to harm Xiaoyan's essence and affect his future cultivation. Secondly, the ginseng spiritual root contained a great amount of energy. Given Xiaoyan's strength at that time, he could not contain it. If he was not careful, his body would explode and he would die. Therefore, in order for Xiaoyan to make the best use of this energy, Guyu had asked Xiaoyan to keep He Mu's remnant soul in order to wait for the day when He Mu appeared. As long as He Mu dared to leave the depths of Xiaoyan's essence, everything would be under Guyu's control. Coincidentally, the time Guyu had predicted He Mu's appearance was now, right after Xiaoyan had refined the bone-freezing fire. Without Guyu's protection, Xiaoyan would be alone. As long as He Mu took Xiaoyan by surprise, he was confident that he could erase Xiaoyan's consciousness and devour Xiaoyan's spiritual origin to achieve his goal of being reborn. However, it was a pity that all of this was within Guyu's expectations. Ha! Suddenly, He Mu, who was surrounded by black fog, let out a roar. His body moved, and his body, which was surrounded by black fog, charged forward. A large amount of black fog pounced towards Xiaoyan in an imposing manner that seemed to cover the sky. At the center of this black fog was Xiaoyan and the dark black spiritual bead. Xiaoyan's expression was calm in the face of He Mu's attack. He only smiled when He Mu's body was close to him. He slowly lifted his hand and aimed it at He Mu, deliberately mystifying things. He Mu viciously laughed. His speed became even faster as he charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was only 2 steps away from Xiaoyan's raised hand. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly clenched his outstretched hand. In an instant, a large white flame rose in the space around Xiaoyan's body. Immediately, Xiaoyan's entire spiritual sea turned into a sea of fire. Fierce flames rose. A few wisps of beautiful flames were mixed within the dense white flame. It was like a beautiful stamen that was wrapped under snow-white petals. The black fog around He Mu was swiftly incinerated by this dense white flame. He Mu, who had originally come in a menacing manner, had become a general without an army at this moment. He no longer had any means to resist. This is... He Mu's heart suddenly shook when the flame rose. A deep fear involuntarily surged from the bottom of his heart. It is indeed impossible for me to discover your existence. However, don't forget that Elder Gu's strength was even greater than you at your peak. Therefore, before he scattered his consciousness, he had already made a plan for you. What? He Mu's heart was incomparably terrified when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He did not expect that Guyu had already discovered him hiding deep within Xiaoyan's soul. His goal had also been used by Guyu. You know, that old thing. And you, all of you, are too vicious. He Mu involuntarily let out a furious roar. Xiaoyan let out a mocking cold laugh when he heard this. You say that we are frightening. Don't tell me that you, who have thought of swallowing another person's soul, are not even more frightening. Xiao Yan suddenly withdrew his tightly clenched fist after he spoke. Immediately, the dense white flame swiftly gathered toward He Mu. Haha, coincidentally, I am still lacking some energy to break through to a 3-star Do D. In that case, I shall borrow your energy to help me break through to the 3-star Do D class. Chapter 788. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Xiao Yan had refined He Mu's soul fragment. Under the frightening temperature of the heavenly flame, He Mu's soul fragment was quickly refined. At the same time, an enormous energy once again filled Xiao Yan's vortex. Wave after wave of energy swiftly circulated within Xiao Yan's spacious veins. It followed the Qi method route of the flame mantra for 1 cycle before being refined by the heavenly flame. Finally, it entered the vortex space. With the support of this enormous energy, Xiao Yan's peak advanced 2-star Do D aura once again rose. Half a month later, Xiao Yan's strength had successfully advanced to a 3-star Do D. However, this was not the end. The interior of the vortex still contained nearly half of the enormous energy. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily rejoice. It was said that the ginseng spirit root was a top-notch training treasure. Unexpectedly, just a thread of He Mu's soul fragment actually contained such a powerful energy. If he was able to completely refine this energy, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to reach the intermediate 3-star Do D level. Time quietly flowed by during this continuous refinement. At this moment, the weather on another continent outside of the Yuanwu continent had changed, Doqi continent, Central Plains. The current Doqi continent was even more prosperous than before. A countless number of experts continued to rise on the continent. Various experts from all walks of life were like bamboo shoots after a rain as they swiftly stood on the continent. Being the most prosperous region on the Doqi continent, the Central Plains had witnessed all of these changes. Currently, there were many experts standing on the Central Plains. Various factions had risen, causing the originally bustling Central Plains to have an additional livelier atmosphere. The strongest faction on the Central Plains was naturally the Sky Mansion Alliance. At this moment, the name of the alliance no longer existed. However, this enormous being still existed in everyone's hearts. There was no other reason other than the appearance of an ultimate expert within this faction who had once saved the entire continent. The Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. Falling Star Pavilion. At this moment, an old man with white hair and an elderly face was seated in the hall of the Falling Star Pavilion. He was chatting with a middle-aged man. From the looks of these two people, they were surprisingly Xiao Yan's teacher, Yao Lao, and his father, Xiao Zhan. After so many years, the two of them had become much older. There was no need to mention Yao Lao, but there was an additional white hair on Xiao Zhan's temples. However, his face had become much more rosy. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, outside the hall, a woman with a delicate figure like a young girl slowly walked into the hall. She came to the side of the two of them and filled their cups with tea. Hee, Sun Air, aren't you in Wutan City? How come you have the time to come here? Seeing Sun Air suddenly enter the hall, the expression on Yao Lao's old face was involuntarily startled. After which, he asked with a smile. Sun Air had undertaken a retreat for a long time after the little fairy doctor and Kai Lin had left one after another during these past few years. Sun Air's strength had already reached the advanced 9-star Doshin class. The number of people on the entire continent who could contend with her could be counted with one's fingers. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with love when he looked at Sun Air. Soon after, however, Xiao Zhan's eyes hardened. He involuntarily asked in surprise. Sun Air, your strength has broken through to the advanced 9-star Doshin class. Yao Lao by the side involuntarily lifted his eyebrows when these words sounded. His eyes swept over Sun Air's body. He involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Sun Air's pretty face involuntarily revealed a bright redness when she heard the teasing words of these two old men. She habitually shrugged her shoulders and spread her hands. I am merely lucky. The two elders in front of her teased her after these words left her mouth. Soon after, Yao Lao seemed to have suddenly recalled something. He did not look at Sun Er as he softly asked, Xiao Xiao Xiao. She has been practicing the Qi method during these years. She should have reached the bottleneck of the second level, right? Xiao Zhan's eyes hardened when he heard Yao Lao's words. He involuntarily looked at Sun Er. Sun Er curled her red lips and smiled. In that case, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. Yao Lao and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances before her words sounded. Their faces revealed some doubt. Given that girl's talent, she should have reached the second level by now. Why was it that, Xiao Xiao Actually, she had already broken through to the third level 2 months ago. What? The faces of the two old men involuntarily revealed a shocked expression after these words were uttered. They had originally thought that it was already very good for Xiao Xiao to be able to practice the Qi method to the second level. However, they did not expect that the surprise that Xiao Xiao had given them was much greater than they had imagined. I really did not expect this. This girl's cultivation talent is even more terrifying than her father's. Yao Lao's weathered face immediately revealed a surprised smile. However, when he mentioned Xiao Yan in his words, Xiao Zhan and Sun Er could not help but become silent. It had already been over 10 years since Xiao Yan had left. There was no news of him. How could their hearts remain calm? Sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere, Yao Lao could not help but be slightly startled. He awkwardly smiled and hurriedly said, That's right, where is that girl Xiao Xiao now? Could it be that she is still in seclusion? Pursuing strength is indeed not a bad thing, but blindly cultivating may not be a good thing. You don't have to worry about this. I have already told Xiao Xiao. She herself understands that Xiao Xiao has already come out of seclusion a week ago and entered the magical beast mountain range. Yes, this, Yao Lao was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly paused. He could only secretly say in his heart, this is the same as Xiao Yan back then. Northwestern continent, Jiama Empire, magical beast mountain range. Deep within a dark valley, there was a rotting coffin and a pretty figure within a dense purple-black poison fog. At a certain moment, the woman's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. Central Plains continent, 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. Undercurrents flowed under the 9 serene spring. In the endless void, within the ancient void dragon tribe's dragon tomb, the dragon aura was vast and mighty. A pretty figure, who had been seated cross-legged for a long time, trembled slightly at this moment, above the dual emperor abyss in the central plains. All of a sudden, the calm space began to churn violently like the surface of a lake where a boulder had been thrown. Ripples of space began to spread out in all directions. In an instant, rolling thunderclouds covered the horizon, shrouding the entire central plains. TSK 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 TSK, this is the Doqi continent. Chapter 789. The process of Xiao Yan refining He Mu's spirit remnant within the mountain cave continued for a full month. Only today was He Mu's spirit remnant completely refined and absorbed by Xiao Yan. His strength had also successfully reached the middle level of a 3-star Do Di just as Xiao Yan had expected. The energy within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body was gradually completely refined. From the looks of it, the D calamity was about to arrive. After successfully advancing to the Do Di class, the D calamity should have arrived a long time ago. However, Xiao Yan had always been in a breakthrough state. Therefore, the D calamity did not descend for a long time. Currently, He Mu's spirit remnant had been completely refined. The energy within He Mu's ginseng spirit root had also been completely absorbed by Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, the D calamity was about to arrive. However, just as the final wisp of energy within the vortex within his body entered his qi paths, Xiao Yan once again smiled. Since his current condition was not bad and there was such a good opportunity, why not try to break through by another star? If he was lucky, he might even be able to break through to a 5-star Do-di. Xiao Yan opened his eyes. A glint flashed deep within his dark black eyes. Just as the final wisp of energy within the chi paths within his body was about to enter the vortex, Xiao Yan flipped his hand. A jade bottle immediately appeared in his palm. With a slight shake, he crushed the jade bottle. Immediately, a rich pill fragrance spread out, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. This medicinal pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill, the Extreme Transformation Pill. This was something that he had obtained from Zhao Xian during the auction in Yen City back then. Zhao Xian was also the first elite Do-di that Xiao Yan had killed. After taking out the Extreme Transformation Pill, Xiao Yan did not hesitate as he swallowed it into his stomach. In the blink of an eye, the enormous Do-chi energy within the vortex that had just disappeared once again became filled at this moment. However, just as Xiao Yan was preparing to once again enter his training state, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His eyes rotated slightly as he seemed to have an idea in his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and the soul bead between his brows, which had clearly become much larger, suddenly trembled intensely. Wave after wave of enormous spiritual strength immediately lingered and agglomerated within the mountain cave. Finally, it transformed into 9 incarnations. Following the increase in Xiao Yan's strength, the strength of these 9 incarnations had also reached the 1-star Do-di level. If they were to merge into one, their strength would likely not be inferior to Xiao Yan's actual body. It must be said that as his strength grew, the 9 revolutions incarnation technique's miraculous effects also became more and more obvious. With a flick of his finger, 9 rays of light immediately flew out from Xiao Yan's storage ring. Each of them lingered around the lower abdomen of an incarnation. These 9 rays of light were surprisingly 9 spirit stones. Moreover, they were all middle-grade spirit stones. These 9 spirit stones were obtained by Xiao Yan after he had killed the 5 huge apes in the desolate ancient remains back then. There were 2 spirit stones in each huge ape's body. The 5 of them added up to 10 spirit stones. At this moment, after removing these 9 spirit stones, Xiao Yan still had 1 spirit stone left. Adding the countless number of low-grade spirit stones in his storage ring, the current Xiao Yan could be said to be extremely wealthy. If one were to count it in this way, it was likely that just the wealth of Xiao Yan alone was comparable to any one of the 4 large sects. After taking out the spirit stones, the 9 incarnations began to train. The milky white light on the spirit stones flickered faintly. Soon after, energy pillars were formed one after another. They followed the bodies of the incarnations a few times and finally merged into the bodies of the 9 incarnations. After such a long period of training, the auras of the 9 incarnations grew increasingly powerful. Compared to Xiao Yan's actual body, the cultivation of the incarnations was undoubtedly much simpler. Not only did they not encounter any cultivation bottlenecks, the energy they required was also much simpler. Regardless of whether it was Do-chi or Genesis chi, as long as they had sufficient energy to support them, their strength would swiftly soar. Of course, no matter how powerful they were, an incarnation was ultimately an incarnation. At the very most, their strength could only be balanced with the actual body. Even so, they were still a great help to the current Xiao Yan. The existence of the 9 incarnations could at least reduce the weight of the 9 Do-di experts for Xiao Yan. 9 Do-di. This was considered an extremely powerful force even in the entire Western region. Just Xiao Yan alone, including his actual body, would be able to deal with 10 Do-di experts at the same time. If news of this spread, wouldn't the entire continent be shocked? Upon seeing that the 9 incarnations had officially entered a cultivation state, Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts and divided his attention into 2 tasks. On one hand, he borrowed the heavenly fire to refine the medicinal pill in his body, while on the other, he controlled the 9 incarnations to absorb the energy within the spirit stones. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, over 4 months had passed. Within Xiaoyan's body, the pure energy of the extreme transformation pill swiftly spread out under the fierce refinement of the heavenly fire. Wave after wave of enormous energy also gathered towards Xiaoyan in an uncontrollable manner. After passing through Xiaoyan's body, it was refined by the heavenly fire before finally merging into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, the extreme transformation pill that was lingering within Xiaoyan's vortex was originally the size of a longan. At this moment, it was only the size of a grain of rice. The strength of the extreme transformation pill was about to be completely exhausted. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's aura had already reached the intermediate level of a 4-star Do-Di. At the same time, the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect in the Shilin region finally began to move. After nearly 5 years of silence, the strength of the young master of the Zhuo clan among the 4 great clans had already broken through to the initial level of a 4-star Do-Di. None of the younger generation members within the 4 great clans could compare with him. Of course, this was only on the surface. At the very least, Bai Zhan from the Bai clan was not weaker than him. In fact, he was even a little stronger than him. It was just that no one was aware of all of this. The 4 great clans of the Shilin region all headed toward the Shilin mountain range without any prior agreement. Among them, the younger generation members of the Bai and Sun clans did not participate in this operation. The reason given by the Bai clan was that Bai Zhan was still in a retreat. As for the Sun clan, no one opened their mouths to ask. However, everyone understood in their hearts that this had caused the members of the Sun clan to feel quite awkward along the way. In the end, everyone chose to remain silent. Unknowingly, the Sun clan, which was ranked last among the 4 great clans, had fallen some distance away from the other 3 clans. This perhaps indicated the position of the Sun clan. The 4 great clans used a month's time to travel from the Shilin region to the Shilin mountain range. This was basically due to the fact that the members of the group were not all elite Do-Di. In order to maintain the overall strength of the group, the upper echelons of the clans were extremely helpless. Just as the members of the 4 great clans arrived at the outskirts of the mountain range to the west, the extreme transformation pill within Xiaoyan's body within the mountain cave had finally been completely refined. The aura of Xiaoyan's body appeared quite powerful. If one were to carefully investigate, one would find that Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the advanced level of a 4-star Do-Di. Moreover, unlike ordinary training, the Do-Chi within Xiaoyan's body did not show the slightest sign of emptiness. With the help of the medicinal pill's strength, Xiaoyan's strength had already completely stabilized at the advanced level of a 4-star Do-Di. Finally, the detribulation finally descended. Chapter 790. While Xiaoyan's strength had broken through to the advanced 4-star Do-Di level, a calamity was about to unfold on the distant Do-Chi continent. Do-Chi continent, Central Plains. The Central Plains, which had been bathed in bright sunlight a moment ago, was covered by dark clouds that filled the sky a moment later. The entire Central Plains was covered in darkness. There was no light in the world and everything appeared to have lost its life force. The entire world had lost its original luster. The invisible space above the dual emperor abyss began to fluctuate intensely. At a certain moment, a clear shattering sound akin to a mirror shattering appeared. A dark black spatial tunnel was suddenly formed in the empty space. Soon after, 2 human figures stepped out one after another. The human figures wrapped in black fog stood proudly in the sky. Their eyes swept over the densely packed human figures below as though they were looking at a group of ants. Their eyes were filled with disdain. TSK, this is the Do-Chi continent. It is indeed a place where trash stays. There is not even the slightest trace of Genesis Chi in the air. Such a barren land is actually able to give birth to experts. How laughable. One of the 2 human figures extended his hand and grabbed the empty space in front of him. He involuntarily let out a cold laugh as he sensed the mottled energy in the empty space. The other person by the side also voiced his agreement. However, soon after the cold laughter from the mouths of these two people sounded, a strange pressure enveloped their bodies. This pressure did not affect the others. Instead, it only pressured these two people. It was as though the world wanted to expel the two of them. This is merely a barren land. It is unexpected that this world would actually restrict us in such a manner. It has caused the strength of this venerable self to be suppressed to that of a 1-star half-D. How annoying! A low furious curse was emitted from the black fog. However, the disdain in his heart was not reduced by the slightest. At the same time, the various factions and everyone in the Central Plains threw their gazes towards the two people who had appeared in the sky at this moment. The hearts of quite a number of experts involuntarily trembled when they saw the strange black fog that lingered around the two of them. Their hearts involuntarily recalled the frightening faction that had similarly shaken the Dochi continent back then. Soul Race. The upper echelons of the Falling Star Pavilion, Pill Tower, Burning Flame Valley, and the 5 ancient clans all spat out these two words in unison. At the same time, within the magical beast world, the leading ancient void dragon tribe, the heaven demon phoenix tribe and the 9 serene deep ground python tribe also turned their eyes towards the Central Plains. These two human figures, who were wrapped in a black fog, had suddenly appeared. Buzz buzz buzz, all of a sudden, the space above the Central Plains twisted again. This time, it was in the space 1,000 feet away from the two strange figures. A short while later, a middle-aged man in violet gold robes and another middle-aged man in linen robes appeared in the sky at the same time. Immediately, the crowd below could not help but cheer when they saw the two of them. Hua! It's Lord Dragon Monarch of the ancient Void Dragon clan. And the clan leader of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan. With these two sirs stepping forward, they can forget about creating trouble here regardless of who they are. That's right. They should take a look at whose territory this is if they wish to act presumptuously in the Central Plains. The Sky Mansion Alliance. These two fellows really do not know their limits. Following that, the crowd below began to mock and ridicule the two black figures. Indeed, other than Xiao Yan, these two people in front of them were the strongest people on the Dochi continent that everyone had seen. As long as the other party was not an elite Do-Di, it was impossible for them to pose any threat to the two of them. Other than Xiao Yan, how could there be another elite Do-Di on the entire Dochi continent? Hence, the pressure in the hearts of everyone below was greatly reduced when they saw Zhu Kun and Gu Yuan appear. However, reality was always like this. It would always use the cruelest method to shatter their understanding of the things in front of them. Zhu Kun and Gu Yuan exchanged glances with each other after they appeared. Both of them saw the grave expression in each other's eyes. Other people might not be able to tell, but how could they not be able to tell that these two strange fellows, who were surrounded by a black fog, were clearly stronger than them? Earlier, the both of them were unable to tell just how strong these two fellows were given their strength. Usually, there were only two explanations for such a situation. Either the other party was too strong or they were ordinary people without any strength. However, from the looks of it, these two people were clearly not ordinary people. After all, being able to rely on their own strength to cover the entire Central Plains in darkness was something that even they would find extremely difficult to achieve. Zhu Kun and Gu Yuan carried an incomparably grave emotion in their hearts as they respectfully cupped their hands together towards the two people 1,000 feet away. May I know why the two of you have descended on the Central Plains? The other party had arrived in a ferocious manner. They had covered the entire Central Plains with darkness the moment they attacked. They really did not think that these two people were good people. TSK. Two ants actually have the qualification to question us. The appearance of this scene in the sky caused countless people below to be stunned. Who would have imagined that the Gu Yuan duo would actually be so respectful towards these two people given their strength? Most importantly, they actually dared to shamelessly insult them. This had really overturned their understanding of the Gu Yuan duo's strength. Humph, why are you saying so much nonsense? Our time is limited. It is more important to find the key as soon as possible. The other human figure urged. The person in front nodded heavily upon hearing this. Immediately, a pair of shady old eyes within the black fog looked towards the Gu Yuan duo and said in a deep voice. Humph, since the two of you are the strongest people on this continent, let this venerable self ask you, where is the Tushi ancient god's jade? Hand it over now and this venerable self can consider not killing you. Clamor. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the world who knew about this matter had a change in expression. Their hearts were filled with shock. They never expected that the aim of these two fellows would actually be the Tushi ancient god's jade. The greatest use of the Tushi ancient god's jade was to open the Tushi ancient god's cave. However, the Tushi ancient god's cave had already been opened back then. Hence, the Tushi ancient god's jade had also lost all its value. In the end, it was kept by Xiao Yan. However, they never expected that the aim of these two people was actually the Tushi ancient god's jade. Chapter 791. Within the mountain cave, Xiao Chen's body, which had been sitting cross-legged for 5 years, finally relaxed completely at this moment. Xiao Yan slowly stood up. His body twisted slightly and a wave of firecracker-like crackling sounds were immediately emitted from within his body. After his body relaxed, Xiao Yan turned his gaze and looked at the 9 incarnations around him. After a few months of continuous training, the strength of these 9 incarnations did not disappoint Xiao Yan's expectations. Currently, the auras of the 9 incarnations had all reached the middle stage of a 2-star Dodi. This was a little higher than Xiao Yan's expectations. This was indeed very good. Smiling with satisfaction, Xiao Yan's heart moved and he recalled the 9 incarnations. At the same time, the 9 spirit stones, which had dimmed slightly, were also stored into Xiao Yan's storage ring. Compared to a low-grade spirit stone, the energy contained within a middle-grade spirit stone was much larger and purer. This allowed a middle-grade spirit stone to be used many times. It was not like a low-grade spirit stone where not only was the energy mixed, but the amount that could be truly used was also pitifully small. After doing all this, Xiao Yan's body flashed. In the next moment, the black-robed Xiao Yan had already appeared at the top of the cliff of this snowy mountain. A Dodi was really frightening. With the support of the sky extinction step, Xiao Yan's current speed had already reached an unimaginable level. A 4-star Dodi of the same level would definitely not be a match for Xiao Yan in terms of speed. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at the sky. A pair of dark black eyes flickered. His gaze directly penetrated through the endless mist above and reached the top of the sky. Finally, right above the white mist, he saw a thundercloud that was churning intensely. Emperor's Tribulation, huh? Sorry for making you wait for so long. Now, let me experience just how frightening an Emperor's Tribulation is. A faint smile was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. He gently twisted his body. After which, he raised one of his hands high above his head and gently curled his finger at the thunderclouds above the clouds, making an action that appeared to be provoking them. Rumble. Xiao Yan's action seemed to have truly angered the thunderclouds. Immediately, a rumbling sound was emitted from above the clouds. The thunderclouds churned and their aura was vast and mighty. The frightening loud sound caused the mountain range below to tremble unceasingly. On the other side, deep within the Shilin mountain range, Tian Ying's group of 4 had also discovered the activity here. What's going on? What's that sound? The flame lion frowned as he looked towards the hinterland of Shilin. Just now, he had clearly heard a roar of thunder that made him feel uneasy. Could it be that someone is refining pills? Is it Xiao Yan? That's not right. We have all seen Xiao Yan concoct pills before, and the pill lightning he triggered did not possess such might. This lightning doesn't seem to be something that can be triggered by a pill. Could it be? Tianning furrowed his brows. He seemed to have thought of something. After all, they had been baptized by that thing not too long ago. If it were not for the Emperor Tribulation pill, they might not have been able to survive. You mean, this is the Emperor's Tribulation? It is extremely likely. Other than that great person, there is only Xiao Yan in the hinterland of Shilin. However, that great person's strength has already reached the Do D class. Other than her, there is only Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan has broken through to the Do D class. Immediately, the faces of the four people revealed a shocked expression. If this was really the case, Xiao Yan's training speed was really too frightening. 5 years. In less than 5 years, Xiao Yan's strength had actually leaped from a 6-star band D to a Do D. How could anyone accept this? This kind of speed was equivalent to an increase of 1 star every year. This fellow is a demon. No, not a demon. He is a demon. The few of them involuntarily laughed out loud. At this moment, an earth-shaking thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky above Xiao Yan's head in the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. Bang! Before the thunderbolt arrived, its frightening aura caused the entire place to tremble. Even the mountain range below appeared to have been startled as it continued to tremble. However, Xiao Yan, who was currently on the mountain peak, was unusually calm. It seemed that he did not sense much strength from this Emperor's Tribulation. As a precaution, Xiao Yan flipped his palm and a medicinal pill appeared in his hand. This Emperor Tribulation pill was something that Xiao Yan had successfully refined during his first attempt at refining a D-tier medicinal pill. Although it was his first time refining a medicinal pill, its quality was not inferior to the one that Xiao Yan had given to Tianning and the other 3 previously. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan opened his mouth and swallowed the Emperor Tribulation pill when he saw the thunderbolt descending. The Emperor Tribulation pill melted the moment it entered his mouth and turned into a warm current. It flowed along Xiao Yan's throat and rapidly entered his body. Soon after, it released a huge amount of energy. It passed through Xiao Yan's internal organs, bones and meridians, forming a layer of jade-green protective film. Finally, it passed through Xiao Yan's body and formed a layer of jade-green energy barrier around Xiao Yan's body. With the support of the Emperor Tribulation pill, Xiao Yan immediately felt a little more confident. Although he did not know why this thunderbolt looked so strange, since he had swallowed the Emperor Tribulation pill, no matter how strange it was, Xiao Yan had nothing to fear. Suddenly, Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly. His feet heavily stomped on the mountain peak. Immediately, his entire body shot towards the sky like a spring and faced the descending thunderbolt. Bang! Xiao Yan's punch seemed to have used all of his strength. He had used all of his strength on one point. Such a punch was even more frightening than some Do skills. However, after Xiao Yan threw his punch, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yan caused him to be stunned. He saw that the incomparable thunderbolt had actually been forcefully blasted apart by his punch. The first Emperor Tribulation had been easily destroyed by Xiao Yan in this manner. The scene in front of him caused even Xiao Yan to be involuntarily stunned. He had never expected that this frightening thunderbolt, which countless number of elite Do D would never be able to forget, would appear so weak in his hands. However, soon after, Xiao Yan seemed to have understood something. The Emperor Tribulation itself was indeed extremely frightening. However, those who faced it were usually some ordinary 1-star Do D. When had there ever been someone like Xiao Yan, who had actually forcefully reached the level of an advanced 4-star Do D after stopping his training? Facing the Emperor Tribulation with such strength in addition to the Emperor Tribulation pill would naturally not cause even the slightest pressure to Xiao Yan. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh out loud. It was unexpected that the strength of the Emperor Tribulation was actually only this much. It was impossible for it to change because of the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. In this way, would Xiao Yan not benefit from it? Cuckoo, this Emperor Tribulation is not a living thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would be depressed to death. Xiao Yan could not help but laugh softly in his heart. After which, he once again raised his head and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. At the same time, a large group of humans were also cutting their way through the Shilin mountain range. After killing quite a number of magical beasts that blocked their way, they were getting closer and closer to the deeper parts of the Shilin mountain range. Chapter 792. The Central Plains of the Doqi continent. Countless numbers of people lifted their heads at this moment. Their eyes looked at the 4 human figures in the distant sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun knit their brows tightly as they stood in the sky. They exchanged glances with each other and felt a grave feeling in their hearts. They had never expected that the other party's aim was actually the Tushi ancient god Jade. Moreover, they had threatened them with their lives the moment they opened their mouths. From this, it could be seen that this god Jade was extremely important to them. However, the reality in front of them was that they were unable to take out the Tushi ancient god Jade. It was fine if the god Jade was still around. However, the key point was that the Tushi ancient god Jade had already been kept by Xiao Yan. It had become an inconspicuous accessory in his storage ring. Following the departure of the Flame D, the god Jade had naturally been taken away by Xiao Yan. Forget about them being unwilling to hand it over. Even if they were willing, they were unable to take it out now. After a short dozen breaths, the faces of the 2 figures under the black fog had already turned gloomy. The dark clouds that shrouded the entire central continent suddenly rolled at this moment, imperceptibly indicating the mood of the 2 figures at this moment. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Soon after, a couple of rays of light swiftly flew out from the various cities below. Finally, they stood beside Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun. These people were surprisingly the members of the Sky Mansion Alliance from back then. The first elder of the Pill Tower, the ancestor of the Burning Flame Valley and even the tribe head of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, Yao Ming, were all present. Within a short dozen breaths' time, over half of the elite Do Xings on the Doqi continent had gathered in the sky. This was especially the case for the elite Do Xings who had come from the Shao clan. There were over a dozen of them and all of them were high-class Do Xings. This lineup could be said to be the strongest alliance in history. Who are these 2 fellows? Could they be the descendants of the Hun clan? Xiao Chen knit his brows tightly as he stood beside Gu Yuan. After being stimulated by the Do Di bloodline, Xiao Chen's strength had also advanced at a great speed during these few years. In terms of strength, he was not the least bit inferior to Gu Yuan. In the entire Doqi continent, the only person who could cause him to feel fear was this dragon emperor from the dragon tribe. I don't know, but looking at their hideous appearances, there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's them. But how could they become so strong all of a sudden? Even if they were lucky enough to escape from the soul world, there's absolutely no reason for them to become so strong in just over 20 years. Sigh, it's useless to say anything now. What's important isn't why they're so strong, but that we're no match for them at all. Gu Yuan used the corner of his eyes to sweep over the crowd behind him. The expression in his eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw Sun Er. Given the current situation, even he did not have the confidence to deal with the 2 of them. How could Sun Er be here? It did not matter what these old fellows did. However, if anything happened to Sun Er, regardless of whether it was him, her father, or Xiao Yan, he would not be able to answer to them. Sun Er, what's wrong with you? Tisk tsk tsk tsk, this must be Gu Sun Er, Gu Yuan, Zhu Kun. Tsk 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 tsk, these are the strongest people on the Doqi continent. However, at this moment, a burst of ear-piercing strange laughter suddenly came out from the two ghost-like black fog. However, the moment the laughter fell, the other person followed with a sinister laugh and said, "That's right. That's right. That's right. Unfortunately, an ant is ultimately an ant. Quickly hand over the two she ancient god jade. Otherwise, this venerable self will turn the entire Dochi continent into a river of blood." Shameless boasting. Remnants of the Hun clan. Back when Hun Tiandi was still around, your Hun clan was also completely exterminated. Now, with just the two of you remnants, you actually dare to dream of slaughtering the entire Dochi continent. Really? Bang! A 5-star Do Xing from the crowd in the sky stepped forward with a disdainful face after the words from the cluster of black fog sounded. A frightening aura spread across the sky. Originally, he thought that the two of them would not be able to do anything with Gu Yuan's group present. Unexpectedly, his body and even his soul had turned into a cluster of blood fog amidst an unknown explosion before the words from his mouth sounded. This scene had occurred so suddenly that even Gu Yuan's group did not manage to discover it in time. By the time they recovered, that 5-star Do Xing, who possessed quite a high position in the Central Plains and whose strength could be said to be at the top, had already turned into a cluster of blood fog that scattered with the wind. A mere ant actually dares to speak such presumptuous words. You are really seeking death. What about all of you? Have you thought it through? Hand over the two she ancient god jade and this venerable self might spare your lowly lives. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his. Disdainful words were once again emitted from the black fog. The expressions of everyone in the sky involuntarily changed again and again. The strength of these two people in front of them was really frighteningly powerful. If they did not cooperate with them, it was likely that the Dochi continent would really face a calamity today. What should we do now? The god Jade is not in our hands. We cannot take it out even if we want to. The ancestor of the Pill Tower spoke with a solemn expression. We have no choice. Let's first tell them the truth. Otherwise, the ending will not be changed. Gu Yuan helplessly shook his head. This was the truth in front of them. If they did not cooperate with these two fellows, the entire continent would be buried in a sea of blood because of a Tushi ancient god Jade that no longer existed on the Dochi continent. This was not something that they were willing to see. Everyone mused for a moment before agreeing with Gu Yuan's thoughts. However, the two clusters of black fog descended into deep thought after Gu Yuan informed the two of them of the whereabouts of the god Jade. The Tushi ancient god Jade is with Xiao Yan. This is also within our expectations. As long as those fellows from the western region are able to capture Xiao Yan, the god Jade will still belong to us. However, if we return empty-handed, will the promise that Sir has made to us still count? The two of them quietly schemed. Their ultimate goal was still their own good. Even if we are unable to bring the god Jade back, we can still threaten Xiao Yan to hand over the god Jade if we are able to bring his woman back. The two of them did as they thought. Two invisible forces surged out the moment they recovered. They instantly controlled Sun Air and the crowd on the opposite side. The enormous strength was just like a large invisible hand that tightly held Sun Air's lovely body. Regardless of how she struggled, it was useless. Sun Air. At this moment, Gu Yuan in the crowd was suddenly startled. However, before he could act, Sun Air's lovely body had already been pulled to the front of the two clusters of black fog. However, it was also at this moment that an enormous energy light pillar shot to the sky from 3 different positions on the Dochi continent at the same time. It was just like a pillar that supported the sky as it shot into the clouds. The entire Dochi continent shook at this moment. Chapter 793. Deep within the Shilin mountain range stood Tian Ying's group of 4. With the original strength of the 4 of them, the strength of the 4 of them had advanced to the Do D class after they had absorbed the 5-star Do D class monster core. Currently, the strongest person among the four of them was none other than the leader, Tianning. Due to his good luck, his cultivation had coincidentally broken through to the initial 2-star Do-D class. After these few years of training, Tianying's strength had completely stabilized. Yan Shi and Xiong Gang had also relied on the monster core to reach the advanced 1-star Do-D class. Xiong Gang was even a little stronger than Yan Shi and was close to the peak of the advanced 1-star Do-D class. As for Ah Bao, his strength was only at the intermediate 1-star Do-D class. Although his cultivation was still the lowest among the four of them, his heart clearly understood that if it was not because of Xiao Yan and these three people in front of him, he would still be that 9-star Do-D even if he was given another 10 or dozens of years. Hence, Bao's heart was completely grateful to the three people in front of him. Of course, the person he was most grateful to was none other than Xiao Yan. After a couple of years of interaction, the relationship between the four of them had swiftly become closer. The distant feeling that the three of them had toward Ah Bao back then had already been completely erased. The long river of time was always able to smooth all the edges of the world. The estrangement that the three brothers originally had toward Ah Bao had also gradually disappeared during these few years of interaction. They were just like four sharp rocks that had sunk to the bottom of a river. After a long period of grinding and colliding, the edges between them were smoothed out and finally became smooth. At this moment, the four of them were standing shoulder to shoulder in the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. They were standing at the highest point of a mountain peak. Their eyes were focused towards the south. There were occasional waves of thunder at that spot, causing one's heart to tremble. However, at a certain moment, the leader of the four, Tianning, suddenly frowned. Soon after, the originally calm expression on his face gradually became grave. At the same time, the other three beside him had also discovered something. The four of them faced each other. After which, they slowly turned their bodies and looked towards the north. From their senses, they could sense that there was a large strength that was swiftly heading in their direction at this moment. They didn't come with good intentions. However, from their auras, they were able to determine that these people were all humans. Moreover, with their current strength, they could clearly sense that there were as many as 8 elite Do-D in this group. Such a team, without including the group behind them, was enough to sweep through the entire Shilin mountain range. Of course, this was without the addition of Leng Bingshuang. After all, with the latter's frightening strength, a so-called elite Do-D was no different from an ordinary Ban-D in her eyes. They don't come with good intentions. Be careful. Tianying's tone was solemn as he instructed. The three people beside him also nodded solemnly. They did not think that such a large group had entered the Shilin mountain range for fun. A short moment later, a large group of human figures appeared in the distant sight of Tianying's group like a dark cloud. The closer they were, the more the four of them could sense an invisible pressure. It was just like an enormous beast pouncing toward them. Even the air they breathed in had become much heavier. A short while later, this group of people had already appeared 1,000 feet in front of Tianying's group. Both parties looked at each other from a distance. The atmosphere appeared quite pressuring. The four of you should be the owners of this Shilin mountain range, right? A middle-aged man in black robes with the emblem of the Huo family embroidered on his chest clasped his hands at the four people from Tianning. He glanced at them one by one and asked with a smile, "Brother Tianning, what do you think?" For elite Do-D. This was exactly the same as the information they had obtained a couple of years ago. Hearing this, the eyes of Tianying's group swept over the four groups of people on the opposite side. This was especially the case when their eyes noticed the person leading the group. The expression on their faces involuntarily became increasingly grave. Other than the group wearing white robes, the strength of the person leading the group was at least a 4-star Do-D. There was even a group led by a white-robed young man. There were even 2 4-star Do-D in the group. That young man was one of them. At a certain moment, Bao's eyes swept over the group of white-robed leaders. The expression in his eyes involuntarily hardened. Tian Ying's group did not recognize them, but it did not mean that he did not recognize them. After all, he had left from the other party's territory. The leader of the white-robed group was the head of the Bai clan, Bai Ying. May I know why all of you have brought so many people to my Shili mountain range? Tianning did not dare to be careless in his heart when faced with this group of people. 8 elite Do-di. This kind of lineup was not something that they could deal with. It would naturally be best if they did not fight. Cuckoo, the 4 of you should not misunderstand. We are not here to fight with the 4 of you. Instead, we are here to find a person, a human. At the end of his words, the person from the Huo clan who had spoken earlier did not forget to emphasize that the person they were looking for was a human. Ha! Tian Ying's group of 4 immediately raised their eyebrows when these words were uttered. The 4 of them swiftly exchanged glances. Their hearts felt quite grave. All of them knew that Xiao Yan had quite a number of enemies in the outside world. From the meaning behind the words of this person, the target of this group of people was clearly Xiao Yan. I'm sorry, we do not have the person you are looking for here. The Shili mountain range does not welcome any humans. Please leave if there is nothing else. Forgive me for not sending you off. Tian Ying's eyes turned around. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the person from the Huo clan opposite him and spoke in a serious voice. That elite Do-di from the Huo clan frowned when he heard this. They had clearly seen the change in expression on the faces of Tian Ying's group of 4 earlier. How could they believe that Xiao Yan was not here? The 4 of you, we know that that fellow has used the Emperor Calamity Pill to exchange with all of you in order to hide here. How about this, we can also give you the things that you need. For example, spirit stones or even high-class Do techniques. All you need to do is tell me where Xiao Yan is currently hiding. Suddenly, the white-robed Zhuolin took a step forward. He stared at the 4 people opposite him with a smile that was not quite a smile. At the same time, he waved his hand. Immediately, quite a number of spirit stones and chi methods and Do techniques floated in the air. They slowly jumped, appearing to be beckoning to Tian Ying's group of 4. Tian Ying's group of 4 completely ignored this. The reason why they were able to break through to the Do-di class was because of Xiao Yan's efforts. Trying to bribe them with just this little benefit was really looking down on them. I have already said that the person you are looking for is not here. The Shili mountain range is not a place where you can randomly behave atrociously. This time around, Tian Ying's tone was much gloomier. Following his thought, all the magical beasts within the mountain range were summoned and swiftly swarmed toward their current location. In the blink of an eye, they formed an enormous encirclement that surrounded the people from the 4 great clans. Just this aura alone suppressed the people from the 4 great clans. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you are unwilling to speak, don't blame us for attacking. That elite Do-di from the Huo clan opened his mouth once again. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura instantly swept out from his body. It transformed into an invisible storm that swiftly covered the entire place. In merely an instant, the aura that was agglomerated from a countless number of magical beasts was suppressed by him alone. A group of ants actually dares to act presumptuously in front of this D. A disdainful snort sounded. Soon after, this elite Do-di from the Huo clan was about to attack. However, at the next moment, a thunderous sound was suddenly transmitted from deep within the southern sky. The swiftly circulating Do-chi within the middle-aged man's body also paused at this moment. His eyes hardened slightly as he lifted them and looked towards the southern sky. Chapter 794. Do-chi Continent Rumble. The light pillars that suddenly rose caused the entire Do-chi continent to shake intensely at this moment. Every life form in every corner of the continent turned their eyes to the 3 light pillars that shot to the sky. Regardless of where they were, they would definitely be able to see the 3 light pillars as long as they were on the Do-chi continent. The 3 light pillars that shot into the sky. What happened? The hearts of everyone in the Central Plains, including the 2 black figures, were filled with shock. This sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. This was especially the case for the 2 black figures. Their bodies, which were wrapped in the black fog, could not help but tremble slightly. This was not because there was anything special about the 3 pillars of light. Instead, the instant the pillars of light rose, they could clearly feel that the world's pressure on them had become even more tyrannical. This also meant that they did not have much time left. Damn it, what exactly has happened? Why has the pressure of this world suddenly become so much stronger? A furious curse was emitted from the black fog. They had never imagined that the restriction of this world on them would become even heavier. If they did not leave this place as soon as possible, it was likely that they would face quite a lot of trouble. The 2 of them moved as soon as they thought of doing so. They intended to step into the spatial tunnel behind them. However, it was also at this moment that 3 extremely powerful auras simultaneously descended on the Central Plains. You can leave if you wish to. Leave them behind. A cold cry was emitted. From the sound of it, the other party was clearly a woman. At the same time, a bewitching figure wearing a tight red dress appeared a short distance in front of the 2 clusters of black fog. The beautiful woman slowly revealed her body from the space. She coincidentally entered the spatial tunnel and was blocked. From the looks of it, she was undoubtedly Kai Lin. The 2 of them were startled. They once again looked over. The eyes within the black fog involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Ban Di. A quasi-emperor has actually been born on this desolate continent. If Xiao Yan was able to do so before, he will also be able to do so in the future. Humph, even if there is, so what? A mere Ban Di would only be able to barely protect themselves in the Yuanwu continent. Moreover, with just her alone. What? In the black fog, before the 2 of them could finish their conversation, the space beside the flirtatious woman distorted again. Then, 2 women whose figures and appearances were not inferior to the former appeared. Of these 2 people, the one on the left wore a purple-gold, tight-fitting dress that outlined her perfect figure. Her pretty face had a cold and indifferent expression at this moment. Her pair of purple eyes stared at the 2 black figures opposite her. Killing intent surged from the depths of her eyes. This woman was the current Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, Ziyan. As for the one on the right, she was wearing a plain dress. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and a straight nose. On her forehead, there was a black lotus flower blooming like a living creature. This woman was undoubtedly the fairy doctor. However, compared to back then, the current 3 women could be said to be completely different. They were very different from back then. The strength of the 3 ladies had broken through the shackles of the 9-star Doshin class and had successfully stepped into the Ban Di class. They were all top experts in the entire Dochi continent. Today, however, they did not expect such a thing to happen on the Dochi continent while they were breaking through. Although they did not know just who the other party was, the fact that they had captured Sun Air was sufficient to cause them to turn their weapons against each other. Who are you people? Put her down and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, you will die. The faces of the 3 ladies were ice cold. Their tone was indifferent. Each of their words contained an endless iciness. The 2 people within the black fog involuntarily frowned when faced with the 3 women in front of them. It would be fine if they were only facing a single quasi-emperor. However, the crux of the matter was that they were facing an entire 3 quasi-emperors. Coupled with the fact that the pressure from this expanse of the heavens and the earth was growing heavier and heavier, it wouldn't be beneficial to them if they continued to stay here. Charge over. The 3 of them have just broken through to the Ban Di class. Their auras are still unstable. With the dose skills that we have grasped, we will definitely be able to charge over as long as we use our full strength. At that time, we will report this matter to the higher-ups. We might be able to obtain even greater benefits. The two people within the black fog quietly muttered. However, they already had an answer in their hearts in the blink of an eye. TSK, 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 that's right. Additionally, with her in our hands, these three women will be afraid of attacking us. Let's see if they dare to kill us. A pair of eyes within the black fog glanced at the unconscious Sonair by the side. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cruel arc. It seemed that he really wanted to see the other party's expression when they wanted to attack but did not dare to. In the next moment, these two people controlled Sonair. Their bodies moved as they charged toward Kai Lin and the other two ladies. From the looks of it, it seemed that they wanted to fight to the death with them. However, the subsequent collision caused Kai Lin and the other two ladies to continuously suffer losses. Kai Lin and the other two, who should have gained the upper hand, had to be careful each time they attacked because of Sonair. Hence, Kai Lin and the other two were unable to gain the slightest advantage even after nearly 100 exchanges. This caused the three ladies to feel extremely furious in their hearts, but they also felt extremely helpless. After a couple of exchanges, the three ladies discovered that the other party's strength might be similar to theirs, but the Do skills that these two people used were clearly stronger than their Tian class Do skills. These two people did not seem to be from the Do Chi continent. This thought suddenly rose in the hearts of the three ladies. The appearance of these two people was extremely sudden. Regardless of whether it was their origin or their strength, no one on the Do Chi continent knew about them. These two people seemed to have descended from the sky. It was also because of this that the three of them would not allow these two people in front of them, who were neither human nor ghost, to take Sonair away no matter what. However, after 100 exchanges, these two people took the opportunity to gradually approach the spatial tunnel. By the time the three ladies focused their attention, these two black figures had already controlled Sonair and arrived in front of the spatial tunnel. TSK, 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 you are indeed loyal. Unfortunately, what use is there? TSK, 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 TSK. Two clusters of black fog swiftly entered the spatial tunnel while accompanied by a sharp strange laughter. At the same time, they kidnapped Sonair. Kai Lin and the other two ladies' faces turned cold as they attempted to give chase. However, they could only watch as the spatial tunnel was sealed. Chapter 795. At this moment, the depths of the Shilin mountain range were surrounded by two factions. One side was the humans, who were divided into four groups. All of them stood in the air and looked at the four people on the opposite mountain. The other group was the four people opposite the group of humans, as well as the countless magical beasts surrounding them. They surrounded the group of humans in the middle. A terrifying aura filled the area, and the atmosphere in the air was unusually solemn. From the looks of it, it seemed that a fight would break out at any moment. However, at this moment, in front of the human side, the few leaders all looked past the four people on the opposite side and looked at the distant southern horizon. The sky at the end of their line of sight was a sheet of white paper. It did not seem to be any different, but the strange thing was that just a moment ago, the leaders of the four clans clearly heard the sound of thunder coming from that direction. Furthermore, they were not the only ones who heard this sound. Even the group of clan disciples behind them heard it clearly. That thunderous sound is, someone is refining a pill. Someone in the crowd could not help but ask in a doubtful tone. When these words were spoken, the four groups of people immediately became restless. They naturally felt deeply about this operation. The reason why they had mobilized so many experts from their clans was because of one person. Xiao Yan. According to what they knew, the latter was an alchemist. Moreover, he was a rank 3 alchemist. If the thunderous sound was caused by a pill, then the thunderous sound must be pill lightning. Is it pill lightning? Could it be that fellow is refining a pill? He, isn't this a great opportunity? Now that the pill lightning has appeared, Xiao Yan will definitely be restrained by it. As long as we take advantage of the situation and attack, we will be able to easily take him down. Isn't that perfect? No. I'm afraid it's not pill lightning. Zhuo Lin smiled slightly. The hand that he had just raised fell. At the same time, the Qi method scrolls floating in the air were also kept into his storage ring. An icy murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he said, "If I'm not wrong, this thunderous sound is even more frightening than ordinary pill lightning, Emperor Tribulation." As soon as Zhuo Lin said that, the expressions of the leaders from the other three clans changed. Every single one of their faces was filled with shock at this moment. They felt disbelief and even disbelief. Emperor Tribulation. How is this possible? Yeah, it's only been 5 years. How could he summon the Emperor's Tribulation? The leaders of the 4 great clans clearly knew that although Xiao Yan's strength was frightening 5 years ago, he was only a half-martial emperor, a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, only 5 years had passed. How could the latter's strength advance by leaps and bounds and reach the Do D class in the blink of an eye? Dijia. This was the symbol of an elite Do D. It was proof that one had half a foot into the ranks of the truly strong. However, how could Xiao Yan possibly summon an imperial tribulation? I don't care if this is true or not. I only want all of you to understand that he can't split himself. Now is the best time to deal with him. The smile on Zhuo Lin's face gradually became ferocious. Back then, Xiao Yan had caused him pain. Now, he wanted to return it all with interest. The stronger Xiao Yan was, the more he wanted to step on Xiao Yan to ascend. As long as Xiao Yan could become his stepping stone, no one in the western region would be able to compete with him for the position of overlord in the future. Young Master Zhuolin, it is easy for you to say this. Even if now is the best time to deal with Xiao Yan, don't tell me that you can't see that this group of little brats are not so easy to deal with once they go all out. The person from the Huo clan who had spoken earlier coldly laughed. His gaze swept across the surrounding magical beasts as he coldly laughed. Therefore, all of you stay behind and delay them. I will go and capture Xiao Yan. Zhuo Lin spoke faintly. He was just about to move when the 4-star elite Do Di from the Huo clan also moved and arrived in front of Zhuo Lin. Does young Master Zhuo Lin really wish to leave the 3 of us aside so that you can monopolize the treasure in Xiao Yan's hands? Zhuo Lin's expression sank. His eyes stared at the middle-aged man in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. What do you want? Either the both of us go together or we join hands to finish off these bastards first. This is fair to everyone. These words were spoken. The people from the Bai and Sun clans also turned their gazes over. From the looks of it, they seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Although the relationship between the 4 great clans was not friendly, they could only join hands in front of the important matter at hand. Even if they wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, they had to first capture Xiao Yan. Helpless, Zhuo Lin could only bitterly nod his head and speak in a deep voice. In that case, it's up to you to finish off these bastards first. Zhuo Lin's eyes suddenly turned and instantly landed on the 4 people from Tianning. A thought passed through his mind and the majestic Do Qi within his body swiftly surged at this moment. They were merely a couple of 1-star Do Di. The strongest among them was Tianning, who was an initial 2-star Do Di. This kind of lineup was nothing in his eyes. If it was not because this fellow by the side was intentionally holding him back, he would have already gone to look for Xiao Yan and might have already subdued him. Attack! Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Zhuo Lin's tone was cold as he ordered. Immediately, the Do Qi within the bodies of the Zhuo clan members behind him surged. Numerous rays of light shot out. Soon after, they collided heavily with the countless number of magical beasts around them. Once the big battle began, the members of the other three clans also moved and charged toward those magical beasts under the orders of their leaders. The couple of dodis in the group turned their eyes to Tianying's four-man group. It's your turn. Zhuolin's eyes turned as he stood in the empty space. He stared at Tianying's group on the opposite side. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous amount of do qi swiftly agglomerated in the empty space around him. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into four sharp longswords. A cold glint was reflected from the tip of the sword as it was pointed at the four members of Sky Eagle. A deep grave expression swiftly surged onto the faces of the four of them when they sensed the cold glint shooting over. The battle had just begun. Now, they could not avoid it even if they wanted to. Puff! Tianying waved his large sleeve. One could hear a puff sound as a dense green-colored do qi spluttered out from his palm. Ever since he had reached the do di class, he had never fought with anyone. Today, he could properly display his strength. In any case, we will have to fight sooner or later. Let's not hesitate any longer. Let's attack. Do not waste the strength that we have obtained. Ha! Tianying laughed out loud to the sky. No matter what happened today, they would definitely not allow this group of people in front of them to disturb Xiaoyan. The bodies of the other three people beside Tianying also shook after the words from his mouth sounded. Powerful do qi spluttered out from their bodies, transforming into three do qi light pillars that shot to the sky. Their auras were like rainbows. Soon after, four pairs of eyes landed on Zhuolin in unison. A cold glint shot from deep within their eyes in all directions. Killing intent was awe-inspiring. Chapter 796. Xiaoyan stood proudly on the top of the snowy peak. He lifted his head and looked at the thunderclouds that were about to disperse. A smile appeared on his face. Although the Emperor's tribulation was no longer a threat to Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan's physical strength had grown with the help of the thunderbolt. Since a while ago, Xiaoyan had stopped circulating the do qi in his body when facing the Emperor's tribulation. Instead, he relied on his physical strength to fight it head-on. After hundreds of collisions, Xiaoyan's physical body was continuously stimulated by the thunderbolt. Traces of thunderbolt energy continued to move within his body, causing him waves of piercing pain. However, given Xiaoyan's character, this little pain was naturally nothing. Instead, it caused Xiaoyan to smile. Over time, when the thunderbolt once again entered Xiaoyan's body, it was no longer painful. Instead, it was numb. Gradually, his entire body was immersed in this comfortable feeling. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His body relaxed and allowed the thunderbolt to flow freely. However, the one who benefited in the end was still Xiaoyan's body. Under the tempering of the thunderbolt, Xiaoyan's physical strength soared at an extremely terrifying speed. The dark black thunderbolt was like a small snake as it rapidly flowed within Xiaoyan's body. The release of the thunderbolt energy stimulated every cell in Xiaoyan's body. After undergoing countless refinements, each of his cells contained a trace of lightning strength. Xiaoyan felt that his entire body was filled with strength. Each of his cells were bulging. Regardless of whether it was his mental state or his physical body, they had all received a great increase. At this moment, Xiaoyan could clearly feel that the thunderbolt no longer had much effect on his body. From the looks of it, the Emperor's tribulation was about to disperse. Xiaoyan lifted his head and looked at the thundercloud that had shrunk a few times. A strange thought suddenly appeared in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to improve his physical strength if he were to rush into the thunderclouds. This kind of thought was something that an ordinary person would definitely not dare to have. After all, this was the detribulation. Any expert who had broken through to the Do D class would keep a respectful distance from it. Who could advance instead of withdrawing like Xiaoyan? He could really be called a weirdo. Xiaoyan's character allowed him to do as he wished. By relying on the sky extinction steps, Xiaoyan's body had already arrived under the thundercloud in the blink of an eye. Rumble, all of a sudden, the thunderclouds rumbled as if they were startled. After countless attacks, the Emperor Tribulation seemed to have realized how terrifying Xiaoyan was. Facing Xiaoyan, even the Emperor Tribulation seemed to be afraid. Xiaoyan smiled when he saw this. He ceased hesitating. His body shook slightly and he suddenly charged into the thundercloud. After entering the thundercloud, the world in front of Xiaoyan immediately became dark. When he glanced over, there were occasionally small snake-like black thunderbolts that swiftly flashed past his body. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest anxiety. Instead, he felt quite happy in his heart. Compared to the thunderbolts that had descended on their own accord earlier, the thunderbolts within the thundercloud were undoubtedly more concentrated and stronger. If he was able to swallow all of these thunderbolts, he wondered if his strength would be able to advance. With this thought in his heart, Xiaoyan ceased hesitating. He crossed his legs and sat within the thunderbolts. A thought passed through his mind and the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, a ferocious suction force was emitted from Xiaoyan's body. The thunderbolts within the thundercloud immediately gathered towards Xiaoyan uncontrollably. The terrifying suction force formed a huge whirlpool around Xiaoyan's body. The thunderbolts that were close to him would be sucked into the whirlpool uncontrollably. After which, they would enter the meridians within Xiaoyan's body. After circulating through the flame mantra chi method once, they were refined by the heavenly flame. Finally, the wild and violent energy within the thunderbolts was completely refined and turned into pure energy. After which, it entered the vortex space. The strength of thunderbolts was the most destructive energy in the world other than the heavenly flame. Naturally, the energy it contained was extremely vast. Every thunderbolt might appear small, but the energy it gathered was extremely concentrated. What Xiaoyan was doing now was to completely refine the wild and violent energy within the thunderbolts. The remaining pure energy was what Xiaoyan needed. Under this crazy absorption and refinement by Xiaoyan, the detribulation, which was already close to collapsing, swiftly shrank. A moment later, the dark black thundercloud, which was only a couple of 100 feet in size, was completely absorbed into Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's body was once again exposed to the air. Around 2 hours later, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes finally slowly opened. A glint flashed deep within his eyes at the same time as he opened them. It appeared like a thunderbolt, yet it also appeared like a wisp of flame. It was difficult to understand. Xiaoyan let out a long breath of air. His body relaxed. He immediately clenched his fist and sensed the energy that filled his body. The corner of his mouth revealed a joyous smile. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyan had borrowed the last wisp of thunderbolt strength to successfully raise the strength of an advanced 4-star Do Di. In other words, the current Xiaoyan's strength was not only that of an advanced 4-star Do Di, but it had also reached the peak of the advanced level. He was merely a step away from becoming a 5-star Do Di. However, it was also at this moment that an explosion of Do Chi colliding was faintly transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He believed that he had not heard wrongly. A battle had indeed occurred somewhere. However, this place was deep within the Shilin mountain range. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a battle to occur in this place. However, from the sound of this battle, it seemed that the scale of the battle was quite large. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel a faint uneasiness. Could it be Tian Ying's group? Xiaoyan immediately thought of Tian Ying's 4-man group. Immediately, he did not dare to hesitate. A thought passed through his mind and the soul bead between his brows began to tremble intensely. An enormous spiritual strength swiftly surged out. Within a couple of breaths, the scene where Tian Ying's group was located was completely thrown into Xiaoyan's eyes. This is, the four great clans. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, a cold killing intent swiftly rose from within his heart. The do qi within the vortex within his body also involuntarily began to churn intensely. Swoosh! Soon after, Xiao Yan's body, which had stood up, trembled slightly. After which, he ceased moving. A couple of breaths later, a wisp of wind blew past and Xiao Yan's body gradually faded and disappeared. At the same time, deep within the Shilin mountain range, Tian Ying's four-man group was being defeated by Zhuolin alone. They were about to be defeated. Chapter 797. At this moment, a soul-stirring chaotic battle was being carried out like a raging fire in the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. A countless number of magical beasts and hundreds of human experts were gathered at this place. They were killing each other and blood dyed the sky. Sharp miserable cries repeatedly sounded. The entire mountain range was dyed scarlet by the bright red fresh blood amidst these miserable cries. The mountains collapsed and the ground split. Blood rained down. The beautiful deep regions of the Shilin mountain range, which had been a paradise on earth a moment ago, had turned into hell on earth within this short period of time. Death was a constant show here. Slaughter was the main theme of this war. The entire battleground appeared like an enormous circular ring. The circular ring was divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer was filled with an endless number of magical beasts. As the battle became increasingly intense, a countless number of magical beasts swarmed over from the distant mountain range and joined the battle. The side of the 4 great clans naturally did not have any reinforcements that they could use. The people from the 4 great clans were the second layer from the outer layer to the inner layer of this circular ring. Looking from a distance, their numbers were not even a tenth of the number of magical beasts. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that although the magical beasts made up the majority, the owners of the fresh blood present were basically all magical beasts. Even if there were human corpses, there were merely a couple of them. Although the magical beasts made up the majority, their overall strength was far inferior when compared to the people from the 4 great clans. Compared to them, the strength of the Bandi or elite Do-Di within the 4 great clans was much stronger than the magical beasts. Just based on strength alone, the Shilin mountain range's side was definitely no match for the 4 great clans. However, if one were to look at it from another perspective, the Shilin mountain range's side had an advantage in terms of numbers. This was the reason why they were able to maintain the balance of the battle within a short period of time. Of course, this kind of balance was only maintained before the leaders of the 4 great clans joined the battle. However, the moment they joined the battle, the entire battle situation was turned upside down. There was a total of 7 elite Do-Di within the group of the 4 great clans. 3 of them were 3-star Do-Di and 4 4-star Do-Di. Other than Zhuolin, who was currently fighting with the 4 men from Sky Eagle, the other 6 elite Do-Di had already joined the outer battle. The Shilin mountain range side could be said to be unable to resist in this current battle. Regardless of how many magical beasts there were, they still appeared extremely weak in the hands of these 6 elite Do-Di. The center of the entire ring was where Zhuolin and Sky Eagle's group of 4 were fighting. Although it was 4 against 1, Sky Eagle's group of 4 were not much better off than those magical beasts in the outer circle. In fact, they were in an even more miserable state. With the strength of a 4-star Do-Di, Zhuolin had occupied an absolute advantage right from the start of the battle. Faced with 4 elite Do-Di, even though one of them was a 2-star Do-Di, such a lineup did not pose any threat in Zhuolin's opinion. Zhuolin easily neutralized every attack from the other party. On the other hand, it was extremely difficult for the 4 of them to even touch Zhuolin's body, let alone injure him. Not long later, the bodies of the 4 men from Sky Eagle were covered with sword wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood repeatedly surged out like a gurgling fountain, dyeing the robes of the 4 of them a blood-red color. At this moment, the faces of the 4 of them were pale. The do chi within their bodies continued to pour out and blocked the flying swords that were shot toward them with great difficulty. Their foreheads were already covered with cold sweat. Even so, they still bitterly endured. No matter what, they could not allow the person in front of them to find Xiao Yan. Grog. Suddenly, they heard the grug sound of a body being torn apart. Soon after, Sky Eagle hurriedly turned his head to take a look. He immediately saw a golden longsword mercilessly penetrate the chest of the flame lion. Fresh blood immediately surged out like a fountain. The face of the flame lion had also instantly turned pale. Flame lion. Second brother. Second brother. In the next instant, the pupils of the three of them suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. A sharp cry from their mouths simultaneously resounded over the sky. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly arrived in front of the flame lion. They tightly hugged the flame lion, who had nearly fallen from the sky. Even though the flame lion had not died after the sword pierced through his chest, he was already on the brink of death. In the blink of an eye, the flame lion had completely fainted. Sky Eagle hugged the unconscious flame lion in his embrace. Fresh bright red blood continued to surge out from the wound on the latter's chest, causing the breathing from the latter's nose to become increasingly weak. His originally pale face became even more frighteningly pale. Second brother. Sky Eagle's heart was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and fed it to the unconscious flame lion. Xionggang and Bao by the side also wore worried expressions as they looked at the unconscious flame lion. The do chi within their bodies began to churn uncontrollably. Their hearts wished that they could completely shatter Zhuolin. However, Zhuolin was merciless in the face of such a scene. Taking advantage of the time when the three of them were absent-minded because of the flame lion, his mind controlled the 4 flying swords around him and violently pierced them toward Sky Eagle. The instant the 4 flying swords shot out, Xionggang, who was behind Sky Eagle, recovered. When he saw the 4 flying swords shooting over at an extremely fast speed, he knew that there was no way to dodge them. All he could do was defend with all his strength. Ha! If you want to kill him, you will have to get through me first. Xionggang roared furiously. The do chi within his body suddenly surged out. Both of his fists were clenched and violently smashed into the empty air. Immediately, the entire place began to tremble at this moment. Powerful do chi swiftly agglomerated in the empty space in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an energy shield. However, the next moment, the 4 flying swords that were shooting over flashed and immediately merged into one. Soon after, they heavily smashed into the do chi shield that Xionggang had agglomerated. Humph! You don't know the difference between life and death. Since you are sincerely seeking death, I will send you on your way first. Zhuolin laughed ferociously when he saw Xionggang attack. His mind controlled the flying sword and the strength on it suddenly soared. Crack! Soon after, one could hear a clear cracking sound. The do chi shield in front of Xionggang was swiftly filled with numerous crack lines. After which, bang! The do chi shield broke with a sound. Soon after, the golden flying sword violently pierced through Xiongang's chest. Third brother. In an instant, Xiongang's expression turned ghastly white. Sky Eagle once again emitted a sharp cry. Both of his hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. His heart was filled with hatred. However, Zhuolin still did not give the other party even the slightest chance. A thought passed through his mind and the flying sword rose once again. Without waiting for Sky Eagle to move, it once again descended. Its target was Sky Eagle. Die! The flying sword swiftly descended at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above Sky Eagle's head. It seemed that Sky Eagle was about to die under Zhuolin's sword. However, it was also at the next moment, just as Sky Eagle was about to go all out and retaliate. Chi! This time around, even Sky Eagle could not help but be startled. The instant he lifted his head, he saw that the person who had helped him take the sword was actually Ah Bao. However, besides this, at this moment, in front of Ah Bao, there was a white hand firmly locking this golden longsword in its palm. A frightening huge force flowed into the longsword. After which, bang! Chapter 798. At this moment, there were a couple of human figures standing in the middle of the large battleground. Their expressions were different as they stared at the black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared. The young man was wearing a black robe. His appearance was ordinary. At this moment, he was holding a golden longsword in his hand. The golden glow on the longsword was bright. Its aura was like a rainbow. The sharp sword aura appeared to be substance-like as it forcefully cut through the surrounding empty space. However, at this moment, the longsword's blade was locked by the young man. Regardless of how ferocious the sword aura was, it was unable to escape. What was even more unbelievable was that the sharp sword aura, which could easily cut through empty space, was unable to even cut through the skin on the young man's hand. Soon after, just as the few people present were stunned, the young man's finger that was grabbing the blade of the sword suddenly exerted force. Immediately, one could hear a cracking sound. The golden longsword in the young man's hand instantly exploded into nothingness. It was only at this moment that the few people in the battleground, who were staring at the young man, suddenly recovered. Abeo's eyes were round as he stood in the empty space. His face was completely bloodless as he stared at the human figure who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Gradually, his pale white face swiftly recovered. His scarlet eyes also surged with tears of excitement. "Sir! Brother Xiao Yan!" Abeo and Tianing behind him cried out at the same time. There was no need to describe the excitement in their voices. Soon after, however, the two of them swiftly recovered. The excitement that had just surfaced on their faces swiftly disappeared and once again turned into anxiousness. However, just as Tianing was about to open his mouth to speak, Xiao Yan smiled. Without any explanation, he flipped his hand and 2 jade bottles immediately appeared in his palm. He handed them to the 2 people in front of him. "Be careful. They have 7 elite Do Di." The emotions in Tian Ying's heart involuntarily stabilized when he saw Xiao Yan act in this manner. The person in front of him seemed to possess a kind of special ability. As long as they saw him, it seemed that no matter how great the danger they were currently facing, it would be easily resolved. "I have caused all of you to suffer. Leave the rest to me." Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. His smile was filled with an endless killing intent. The expressions of the 2 people in front of him were slightly startled when they saw this. Immediately, they quietly relaxed their bodies. Each of them swallowed a medicinal pill and prepared to recuperate. Xiao Yan turned his head. His gaze swept over the intense battleground outside. He could clearly see batch after batch of magical beasts continuously losing their lives. All of this was because of him. Xiao Yan felt a little unbearable in his heart when he saw this scene. At the same time, a fury suddenly rose in his heart. On the opposite side, a vicious feeling immediately surged into Zhuolin's heart when he saw Xiao Yan suddenly appear. The corner of his mouth also revealed a ferocious smile. However, when he saw that the long sword that he had agglomerated was actually shattered by Xiao Yan's hand, an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. He had clearly just passed the detribulation. How could he still possess such fighting strength? This was impossible. Zhuolin forcefully calmed his heart. A thought passed through his mind and surging Do Qi swiftly surged out of his body. It once again agglomerated into a couple of flying swords in the empty space around him. At the same time, Zhuolin clenched his hand and the golden cloud sword immediately landed in his hand. "Xiao Yan, today is the day you die." An explosive cry sounded. Immediately, the 6 elite Do-Di in the outer battleground heard it and turned their eyes to Zhuolin at this moment. Soon after, Xiao Yan's figure was reflected in their eyes. It's Xiao Yan. This fellow has already successfully passed the tribulation. Oh. Has he passed the detribulation? So what? After passing the detribulation, there should not be much Do-Chi left in his body. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for us to kill him? That Do-Di from the Huo clan coldly smiled when he heard the words that were spat out from the other few elite Do-Di's mouths. His words were filled with disdain. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Yan in the next moment, the expression on his face, which was originally filled with a cold smile, gradually stiffened. The smile that had just been lifted from the corner of his mouth also gradually disappeared. At the same time, the other few elite Do-Di, including Zhuolin, had also discovered the strange aura on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was sleek red. His eyes were sharp and the aura on his body was thick. He was clearly at his peak condition. No matter how one looked at it, he did not appear like a person who had just passed the detribulation. What is going on? There is something strange about this fellow's body. The 7 elite Do-Di in the empty space involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. Each of them could see the unusual expression in each other's eyes. Clearly, they had not seen wrongly. The aura on Xiao Yan's body was indeed a little strange. Impossible. He has just passed the detribulation. It is impossible for the aura within his body to not have any changes. This is definitely impossible. The 7 Do-Di involuntarily thought in their hearts. Indeed, their thoughts were not wrong. Xiao Yan's aura had indeed undergone a change. However, it was not as weak as an ordinary person's aura. Instead, it had become even stronger. At this moment, Xiao Yan was not in the mood to bother about the thoughts of this group of people in front of him. His gaze swept over the magical beasts in the outer circle before turning to Zhuolin in front of him. The injuries on the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang were because of this fellow in front of them. Humph, it is unexpected that your strength has actually broken through to the Do-Di class after not seeing you for a couple of years. However, so what if you have broken through? You are merely a 1-star Do-Di. Do you really think that you can contend with the 7 of us? Zhuolin's heart involuntarily shivered when he saw Xiao Yan's ice-cold eyes that did not contain the slightest emotion. However, when he thought of his strength as a 4-star Do-Di and the 6 Do-Di around him, he immediately felt confident in his heart. The 6 of them involuntarily frowned when they saw this. Zhuolin had tied up so many of them with just one sentence. It seemed that Zhuolin was extremely afraid of the strange aura on Xiao Yan's body. After all, Xiao Yan had once created a frightening achievement of killing an elite Do-Di with the strength of a Ban-Di. Now that Xiao Yan had advanced to the Do-Di class, who knew just what kind of frightening level his strength had risen to? Zhuolin did not dare to act recklessly without absolute confidence. Contend with the 7 of you. A slight smile surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth when he heard Zhuolin's words. Immediately, he shook his head gently. His eyes slowly swept over the infuriating people in front of him. They paused for a moment when they swept over Bai Ying. After which, he withdrew his gaze and opened his mouth to speak in an indifferent manner. I have never planned to contend with all of you. Today, none of you should even think about leaving. Chapter 799. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind the moment these words were spat out from his mouth. Immediately, an extremely frightening aura and pressure suddenly swept out from Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that covered the entire battleground in the blink of an eye. The frightening aura and pressure was just like an invisible mountain that pressed down on everyone's heads. In an instant, the hearts of all the members of the 4 great clans present involuntarily began to churn. Under this aura and pressure, even those few 4-star Do-Di were inferior. How How is this possible? 4-star Do Di. How is his cultivation? The bodies of the 7 elite Do Di were just like statues as they were fixed in the air. Shock was written all over their faces. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that Xiao Yan's cultivation had actually reached such a level. 4-star Do Di. They had originally thought that Xiao Yan had advanced from a 6-star half D to the Do Di class within 5 years. This was already considered extremely frightening. However, they had never imagined that Xiao Yan's cultivation had not only advanced to the Do Di class, but had even reached the frightening level of a 4-star Do Di. It should be known that the Do Di class was different from an ordinary half D. It was extremely difficult to raise one's strength. Even some geniuses with great training talent would find it extremely difficult to raise their strength after they had advanced to the Do Di class. It would take at least a couple of years to raise one's strength from a 6-star half D to a 4-star Do Di or even longer. However, they had never seen anyone who was able to raise his strength from a 6-star half D to a 4-star Do Di within a short 5 years. This was an increase of almost an entire class. The hearts of Zhuo Lin's group immediately sank when they sensed the frightening aura and pressure that surged out from Xiao Yan's body. On the other hand, Bai Ying's group was frowning, but their hearts were thinking about something else. Damn it! It has only been a couple of years. How could his strength have reached the level of a 4-star Do Di? Zhuo Lin clenched his teeth furiously. He could not understand how Xiao Yan had managed to raise his strength by so much within 5 years. However, just as this thought rose in Zhuo Lin's heart, Xiao Yan clenched his large hand and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. As the giant ruler entered his hand, a thick white flame gushed out from Xiao Yan's body and swiftly climbed onto the giant ruler. In the blink of an eye, the giant ruler was dyed a thick white color. The 6 of them felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They knew that it was useless to think about anything now. None of the elite Do Di present was a match for Xiao Yan in a one-on-one. The only way they could deal with Xiao Yan now was to join hands. Everyone, we are all subordinates of the Heavenly Sword sect. Right now, this matter is very important. I hope that everyone can work together against a common enemy. Let's deal with this brat first. As for the rest of the problem, it won't be too late for us to slowly discuss it. Let's work together. The 7 of them looked at each other and spoke in unison. Of course, Bai Ying was the exception. After agreeing, the few of them nodded their heads heavily. Then, they looked at Xiao Yan in unison, and their eyes suddenly became sharp. Ha! An explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Zhuo Lin's mouth. At the same time, he waved his large hand. A couple of flying swords that were formed in the surrounding empty space shot toward Xiao Yan in unison. The sharp swords made a series of ear-piercing sonic booms as they cut through the void. The formless void was easily torn apart by the sword aura, and in the blink of an eye, the long swords were already in front of Xiao Lin. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the 2 people behind Xiao Yan tightened. They broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan himself did not react at all. He did not even have any intention of attacking. Soon after, the numerous long swords violently pierced Xiao Yan's body. However, it was as though they had collided with a steel plate. Regardless of whether the long swords pierced Xiao Yan's chest, head, brow, or eyes, the result was that there was no reaction. Xiao Yan's entire body was like a hard rock. The long sword's attack did not pose the slightest threat to him. The edge of the sword repeatedly collided with the surface of Xiao Yan's body. After emitting a couple of clear ding-ding sounds, the long sword scattered with a bang. What? Zhuo Lin's heart could not help but be slightly startled when he saw this scene. He immediately clenched his teeth violently. He lifted his hand and the golden cloud sword in his hand floated in front of him. Enormous Do Qi continued to flow into it. Golden light spread and it was as glaring as the sun. Sword of the Shining Sun. Soon after, an explosive cry was emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. The long sword in front of him immediately shot toward Xiao Yan. A frightening aura instantly shattered the surrounding empty space, transforming it into an endless dark black space. The torrential force pounced toward Xiao Yan like a flood or a ferocious beast. Only when the long sword arrived in front of him did Xiao Yan suddenly raise his head. At the same time, the enormous ruler that was wrapped by the heavenly flame violently swept across in front of him. There was nothing fancy about this ruler. The strength that it relied on was merely Xiao Yan's own strength and the layer of dense white, heavenly flame that was wrapped around the huge ruler. However, it was this simple ruler that shattered the golden longsword that was charging towards him with an unparalleled sword aura. The unstoppable force instantly broke the sword chi on the gold cloud sword. Accompanied by the clear sound of metal colliding, the gold cloud sword immediately broke free from Zhuolin's control and shot toward the distant battlefield. After piercing through many experts from the 4 great clans, it pierced deeply into the mountain range below. It was also at this moment that the other 6 people around Xiao Yan also swiftly moved forward. Each of them displayed their famous Do skills and violently smashed them toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. His body hurriedly dodged and displayed the sky extinction step. Although he finally dodged the attacks of the 6 people, Xiao Yan still appeared to be in a somewhat miserable state. However, before Xiao Yan had the time to catch his breath, Zhuolin once again held his sword and charged toward Xiao Yan. 1 against 7. Under the premise that he did not use any Do skills, this indeed made Xiao Yan feel extremely strained. Bang! The huge ruler rotated and sent the leader of the Sun Clan's elders flying. Xiao Yan's body immediately retreated explosively. Both parties were 1,000 feet apart as they looked at each other from a distance. Hee, so what if you are a late-stage 4-star Do D? 1 against 7, 1 against many. How can you be a match for us? That middle-aged man from the Huo clan took a step forward and laughed strangely in an imposing manner. Once these words were spoken, the other 6 people beside him also took a step forward. Their expressions were different as they stared at Xiao Yan. However, when they looked at Xiao Yan with a cold smile in their hearts, they did not expect that these 7 people had repeatedly displayed quite a number of techniques since both parties were opponents. On the other hand, other than the sky extinction step, had Xiao Yan ever displayed any Do skill since the beginning? Oh. Relying on your numbers advantage. Xiao Yan laughed instead when he heard this. If this is the case, Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand as he laughed. Immediately, he snapped his finger in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, the empty space beside Xiao Yan slowly became distorted. A strong human figure with a purple gold body and 9 human figures, who were also wearing black robes and looked exactly the same as Xiao Yan, appeared beside Xiao Yan. They formed a row and stood opposite the 7 people on the other side. In an instant, the expressions of the 7 people on the other side changed drastically. The air also solidified at this moment. Chapter 800. Xiao Yan and the people from the 4 great clans stood in the sky within the battleground and faced each other. However, following the appearance of the 9 avatars and the Northern King, the cold smiles on the faces of the 4 great clans quickly stiffened. Soon after, their expressions turned into ones of disbelief. The 9 avatars were equivalent to 9 2-star Do D. The Northern King's strength had reached the 3-star Do D level. It was not inferior to the 2nd elder of the Sun clan on their side. Adding Xiao Yan, this meant that there were a total of 11 elite Do D in Xiao Yan's group. Just in terms of the number of elite Do D, Xiao Yan's group had 4 more than theirs. The sudden change in the situation caused the hearts of the people from the 4 great clans to involuntarily sink. Xiao Yan had not revealed his true strength since the start of the big battle. At this moment, he had already revealed the Northern King and the 9 avatars. This meant that the true battle had just begun. Everyone need not be worried. It is merely 9 avatars. Even if he possesses the strength of a 2-star Dodi, do we need to be afraid of him with the strength of a 3-star 4th-star Dodi? At this moment, the leader of the Huo clan once again stood up. His gaze swept over the 9 avatars one by one. His eyes revealed a disdainful expression. However, the 9 avatars on the other side suddenly merged together after his words sounded. Every 3 avatars merged into one. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 9 avatars remained. The strength of these 3 avatars had shockingly reached the intermediate 4-star Dodi level. They were stronger than the 4-star Dodi from the 4 great clans. Damn it, why is it like this? This fellow's tactics are far more frightening than what we know. What is there to be worried about? We are currently 7 against 5. We still have a great chance of victory. Zhuolin waved the long sword in his hand and spoke with a cold face. The expressions of the few people beside Zhuolin brightened when these words were uttered. Zhuolin's words were correct. As Elite Dodi, even if there was only a 1-person difference in the number of experts on both sides, they would still have the ability to suppress their opponents in such a big battle. Moreover, their 4 great clans had an additional 2 people on their side. Hence, even though Xiao Yan had the help of his avatars and the Northern King, he was still no match for them. However, 7 against 5 Cuckoo, clan head Bai, do you think that their chances of victory are greater or that of mine? Xiao Yan suddenly turned his words to Bai Ying. By their hearts involuntarily felt doubt. What did Xiao Yan's? Bai Ying's heart suddenly shook in the face of so many people's gazes. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan had actually pushed him forward at such a moment. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was trying to drag him into the fray. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he could easily tell that Bai Ying's true strength had already reached the advanced 4-star Dodi level. Compared to the people from the other 3 clans present, he was undoubtedly the strongest. He had merely hidden his strength for his own purpose. However, after hearing Xiao Yan's words, it seemed that the other party was trying to force him to openly betray them. Just these words from Xiao Yan earlier had already caused the other 3 clans to feel some doubt toward him. If he did not betray them in today's matter, regardless of whether their 4 great clans won or lost, the Bai clan behind him would not have a good ending. If he betrayed them in front of everyone, it was fine if Xiao Yan could successfully kill these people. However, if he could not, something would also happen to his Bai clan. Xiao Yan's actions were clearly forcing him to make a choice. This was a huge gamble. The wager was the Bai clan behind him. Bai Ying fell into deep thought. He had to be sure of the pros and cons. The slightest mistake could cause his clan to be reduced to ashes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square once again descended into a strange silence. The eyes of all the elite Dodi present landed on Bai Ying's body. All of them, including Xiao Yan, were waiting for Bai Ying's reply at this moment. Swoosh! At a certain moment, Bai Ying's body suddenly flashed in front of everyone's eyes. He carried a lightning-like speed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. Although he didn't say anything, his actions were already the best answer he could give. Bai Ying, what do you mean by this? Immediately, the gazes of the 6 elite Dodi from the 3 large clans landed on Bai Ying's body. Their faces trembled with anger. This sudden action of Bai Ying's had destroyed their great advantage. How confident are you in being able to keep them here? Bai Ying ignored the people from the 3 great clans. He turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. The life or death of these people in front of him was what he was most concerned about. This concerned the clan behind him. Cuckoo, if I say, even without you, I am 100% confident that I can keep them here. Do you believe me? Xiao Yan smiled. His smile was filled with coldness. Bai Ying's heart could not help but be slightly startled when he heard these words. Only then did he recover. In other words, Xiao Yan's action earlier was not because he lacked helpers. Instead, congratulations, you have just saved yourself. But what about my clan? Bai Ying's voice sounded a little low. If it was really as Xiao Yan had said, he could have killed all the people from the other 3 clans without harming Bai Ying. However, his actions, Cuckoo, I think that with the intelligence of the Bai clan's head, you should have already thought of a countermeasure before you flashed over. Xiao Yan coldly smiled. The little scheme in Bai Ying's heart did not escape his eyes. Bai Ying's pupils suddenly shrank when these words were spoken. He could not help but feel a lingering fear for the scheming of the person in front of him. When he thought about it, if he had not betrayed him earlier, would he have become another dead soul in Xiao Yan's hands? Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Bai Ying's forehead when he thought of this. He felt a lingering fear for the thoughts in his heart and also rejoiced at his actions. At the same time, this also meant that the day when his Bai clan truly fell out with the Heavenly Sword sect was not far away. Damn it. This traitor isn't listening to us at all. Let's attack together. Let's kill Xiao Yan first. As for Bai Ying, let's spare his dog life first. Let him see with his own eyes how the clan he built up is destroyed in his hands. Immediately after, the remaining 3 clans let out angry roars in unison. Their bodies moved, and they once again charged towards Xiao Yan's group. Chapter 801. Xiao Yan's face revealed a disdainful expression when he saw the 6 people charging toward him from the empty space. He widened his mouth and a dense white, heavenly flame was immediately spat out. It turned into a monstrous flame wave that violently pounced toward the 6 people in front of him from all directions. In the face of this fire wave that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame, the 6 of them did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. One by one, they unleashed their own techniques. After spending quite a bit of effort, they finally broke apart the fire wave. However, they were soon met by 3 black-robed avatars and the Northern King, who had a body of steel. With the strength of the 3 4-star Do-Di incarnations, they were no match for the 3 3-star Do-Di they were facing. Just one exchange had caused them to fall into a disadvantage. Defeat was only a matter of time. The Northern King was fighting against a 4-star Do-Di from the Zhuo clan. His strength could be said to be extraordinary. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was the Northern King. Regardless of how powerful that 4-star Do-Di's techniques were, they were all useless in front of the Northern King's puppet body. Even with his 4-star Do-Di cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to defeat the Northern King. Both parties fought for a moment, but the battle was ultimately in a balanced state. Other than these 4 people each facing an elite Do-Di from the 3 great clans, the remaining 2 were the 4-star Do-Di from the Huo clan and Zhuolin from the Zhuo clan. These 2 people were facing Bai Ying and Xiao Yan respectively. Humph, you traitor. Instead of walking down the path of the sun, you insist on walking down this path of death. Since you wish to die, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish today. First was the 4-star Do-Di from the Huo clan. He did not show the slightest fear when facing Bai Ying. His eyes even contained disdain. With his strength as a 4-star Do-Di, he was confident that he could suppress Bai Ying even if he did not use his full strength. However, what he did not know was that Bai Ying, who was facing him, was also thinking the same thing. Sure enough, the moment the 2 of them collided, the true difference in strength between the 2 was immediately revealed. Looking at the current Xiao Yan and Zhuolin, both of them were currently 4-star Do-Di. However, Xiao Yan's strength was at the peak of the advanced class Do-Di class. He was many times stronger than Zhuolin. Zhuolin also didn't expect that this group of cowards would deliberately give Xiao Yan to him. It seemed that they wanted to help him fulfill his wish of capturing Xiao Yan alone. Damn it. When this princess returns, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth twitched as he cursed. However, the moment he lifted his head, Xiaoyan's cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, Zhuolin's heart jumped. His body hurriedly retreated. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan, who was holding the heavy Xian ruler, violently swung it and smashed it toward Zhuolin's chest. This sudden scene caused Zhuolin's face to instantly turn pale with fright. He could no longer be bothered about anything else as he hurriedly used the golden cloud sword in his hand to block in front of him. He wanted to use it to block this attack of Xiaoyan's. Clang! Following a loud bell-like sound, Zhuolin's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. The moment his body paused, his face swiftly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. When he lowered his head to look, a clear crack had appeared on the golden cloud sword in his hand where it had collided with the heavy Xian ruler. Golden cloud sword. Zhuolin's heart was shocked. The material used to forge the golden cloud sword was extremely extraordinary. He had never expected that the golden cloud sword that he was most proud of would actually be broken by someone in one blow. This was really unbelievable. On top of being shocked, an endless amount of hatred and viciousness also rose in Zhuolin's heart. He did not believe that Xiaoyan, who was also a 4-star Dodi, could be so strong. His Zhuo clan was the head of the 4 great clans. Moreover, he, Zhuolin, was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the 4 great clans. Regardless of whether it was the Qi method or Do technique that he practiced, they were all the best in the Heavenly Sword sect. What did Xiaoyan count for? At the very most, he was just an ordinary person in the wilderness. How could he be compared with a favored child like him? Zhuolin was immediately furious as this thought rose in his heart. He violently threw out the broken golden cloud sword in his hand. His body shook violently as he waved his large hand. Vast and mighty Do Qi immediately swarmed out of his body. He immediately clenched his hand and the Do Qi agglomerated, transforming into an even sharper golden-colored longsword. His feet heavily stepped on empty air as he charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. "Are you going to be serious?" Xiaoyan spoke faintly. He did not dodge when he saw Zhuolin, who was charging explosively toward him. Instead, he twisted his wrist slightly and the heavy blade of the ruler was aimed at the charging Zhuolin. The distance between the two was 1,000 feet. With the speed of an elite Dodi, the distance was covered in the blink of an eye. However, just as the golden-colored longsword in Zhuolin's hand swiftly approached Xiaoyan, the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was suddenly swung. With just one strike, it forcefully shattered the longsword in Zhuolin's hand. "Too weak." Xiaoyan spoke faintly. At the same time, the expression on Zhuolin's ferocious face instantly became incomparably pale. Swoosh! Soon after, Xiaoyan's body suddenly appeared in front of Zhuolin in a ghost-like manner. His lips were close to the latter's ear as he spoke in an indifferent voice. "Originally, I thought that you would bring me a pleasant surprise during these 5 years. It is unexpected that you are actually so weak." Zhuolin's eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle after these words were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. Soon after, his body was once again violently sent flying by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned after sending Zhuolin flying. A doubtful expression was revealed between his brows. He shook his head gently and instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet. His body was like a dark black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had once again arrived in front of Zhuolin. This time around, Xiaoyan did not intend to continue giving Zhuolin a chance to retaliate. For some unknown reason, just a moment ago, under Xiaoyan's spiritual perception, he felt that there seemed to be another strength spying on this world. By being able to remain undiscovered under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the latter's strength was definitely at least that of a 6-star Dodi. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to escape Xiaoyan's spiritual strength probing. However, just as this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, an extremely frightening aura suddenly descended from the sky. It was just like a bowl that had been flipped upside down, covering this entire place. Immediately, everyone who was having an intense battle in the battleground was greatly startled. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked over, only to see a linen-robed old man standing at the highest point of this space that was covered by the aura and pressure. Chapter 802. The sudden change in the battlefield caused the hearts of quite a number of people to suddenly tremble. The intense battle within the battleground also came to a halt as a result. Everyone lifted their heads and looked towards the sky, only to see an old man wearing linen robes standing high in the sky, looking down at everyone below. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura. At this moment, this was the only thing that everyone present could think of. This fellow who had suddenly appeared, just his aura alone was enough to cause everyone present to be unable to breathe. Even Xiao Yan felt an enormous pressure in the face of this aura. At this moment, everyone present stared solemnly at the figure in the sky, not daring to relax for even a moment. Under the gazes of the crowd below, the hemp-robed elder in the sky slowly descended. Soon after, many of the people present immediately recognized the latter's identity. This hemp-robed elder was one of the 4 great sects, the sect leader of Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian. Why is it him? I really did not expect this fellow to know that his strength is at the bottom of the 4 great sects, so he is prepared to make the first move. What do we do now? We are all members of the 4 great sects, perhaps he can save our lives. Isn't this fellow known for his benevolence? When they saw that the person who had arrived was the sect leader of Withered Leaf sect, one of the 4 great sects, the expressions of the members of the 4 great clans immediately became joyous. With this lord's help, no matter how powerful Xiao Yan was, he could only obediently be captured today. Yi Luotian, when he saw Yi Luotian arrive, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tighten a little. He could faintly sense a strange aura from this fellow's body. This aura was somewhat unstable, but it was used by Yi Luotian. This was something that Xiao Yan seemed to have seen before. Little friend Xiao Yan, this is the second time we have met. They could clearly feel that the person in front of them was not a kind person, but judging from the way he spoke, the expression on his face was rather benevolent, as if he was an ordinary old man who did not know the ways of the world. However, under the pressure of his powerful aura, no one dared to think that way. After all, Yi Luotian was an existence that was on par with the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. If they were to really fight, even Xiao Yan was not confident that he would be a match for him. Sect Master Yi, are you here to capture me as well? Xiao Yan revealed a solemn expression. He couldn't even detect the latter's exact strength, so how could he be a match for him? Little friend Xiao Yan, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just unwilling to see so many of my fellow disciples die. After all, they're all members of the 4 great sects, and I truly can't bear to watch them die. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, Yi Luotian smiled faintly. His smile looked rather benevolent. However, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart. What do you mean by, can't bear to watch? The 4 great sects were practically like fire and water, and they could not wait to swallow each other up. What do you mean by, fellow disciples? That's bullshit. The 4 great sects were on par with each other, how could they be considered fellow disciples? Yi Luotian was naturally unaware of Xiao Yan's thoughts, and even if he did, he would only smile indifferently. A pair of benevolent old eyes swept across the crowd below. Yi Luotian softly chuckled, before waving his sleeve. Countless streaks of light immediately sprinkled down, hovering in front of the crowd and transforming into pills. Take these pills and treat your injuries first. It's time for this endless battle to come to an end. Yi Luotian smiled faintly. However, when he saw that everyone was staring at the pills in front of them without moving, he knew that these people must have some concerns. He softly chuckled in his heart, before he once again smiled and opened his mouth to speak. These medicinal pills are all tier 4 medicinal pills. If you don't eat them, the old me will take them back. Yi Luotian smiled. He immediately lifted his sleeve, appearing as though he was really going to take back the medicinal pills. Soon after, everyone's faces revealed an extremely excited expression when they heard that these were actually tier 4 medicinal pills. Tier 4 medicinal pills. These were tier 4 medicinal pills. Normally, they would not even be able to see them, much less eat them. Now that such a good opportunity was placed in front of them, what reason did this group of people have to reject it? Other than Bai Ying and the 6 elite Dodi, everyone from the 4 great clans immediately swallowed the medicinal pill that was suspended in front of them without any hesitation. It was as though they were afraid that Yi Luotian would really take back the medicinal pill. The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered their mouths. They swiftly turned into a surging medicinal strength that surged into their bodies and spread throughout their bodies. Indeed, within a short moment, the injuries on everyone's bodies were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. While they were feeling joyous, the surging strength caused the aura within their bodies to suddenly soar. In the blink of an eye, the cultivation of everyone present who had swallowed the medicinal pills had broken through by 1 star at this moment. As for those 9-star Band D class experts, although their strength did not break through, they had all reached the peak of the advanced 9-star Band D class. This medicinal pill could be said to be extraordinary. The appearance of this scene also caused the hearts of the few elite Dodi from the 4 great clans to move. After confirming that those who had swallowed the medicinal pills did not show any abnormality, they ceased hesitating and swallowed the medicinal pills in front of them. Soon after, the auras of the 6 elite Dodi had indeed been raised by 1 star in a short moment. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, Bai Ying, Tianying and the others beside him still did not move. Although these few people were attracted by this medicinal pill, they seemed to be waiting for Xiao Yan to make a move. They did not dare to relax if the latter did not eat it. Haha, young friend Xiao Yan, those 2 friends of yours seem to have suffered quite serious injuries. It is fine if you do not eat it, but you should not ignore them. Yi Luotian seemed to have seen through this point. Xiao Yan's side was always led by Xiao Yan. If he did not eat it, the others would also not eat it. Tianying and Bao frowned when they heard this. Xiao Yan also involuntarily turned his gaze to the Flame Lion duo. Even though they had the help of a tier 3 medicinal pill, Shuolin's sword attack had already injured their foundations. It was extremely difficult for them to recover. A tier 3 medicinal pill alone would not be of much use. However, if it was a tier 4 medicinal pill, things would be different. After hesitating for a moment, the members of the 4 great clans on the other side were already full of energy. Not only had their strength soared, but their fighting strength had also recovered greatly under the effect of the medicinal pills. Brother Xiao Yan, why don't I try one first? At this moment, Tianying was also clearly aware that the injuries within the Flame Lion duo's bodies could not be underestimated. If he was careless, it could possibly affect their future cultivation path. Hence, as the big brother, Tianying could not be bothered. Wait, before you eat it, let me check your medicinal pills. Sect leader Yi has already said that the 4 great sects are one and we are not jackals of the same tribe as them. You can eat the medicinal pills, but before that, let me check them first. Just as Tianying was about to consume the medicinal pills, Xiao Yan suddenly beckoned with his hand. The medicinal pills floating in front of the few of them swiftly landed in Xiao Yan's hand and were held in Xiao Yan's palm. After a short few breaths, Xiao Yan returned the medicinal pills in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Eat it. I have already checked. There is no problem with the medicinal pills." When these words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's gaze paused on Yi Luotian. An undetectable glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yi Luotian revealed a kind smile on his old face when he saw this. He smiled and nodded, appearing to be quite satisfied. However, no one knew just what he was thinking in his heart. Xiao Yan took the lead in consuming the medicinal pills in front of the few of them. Only then did Bai Ying and the others consume the medicinal pills one after another. As expected, the strength of Xiao Yan's group had also increased within a short moment. The Flame Lion, Xionggang and Ah Bao had advanced to a 2-star Do Di. Tianing had become an initial 3-star Do Di. Even Bai Ying's strength had also risen to an initial 5-star Do Di. The arrival of this surprise caused Tian Ying's group to feel quite excited. Instinctively, a nostalgic feeling rose in their hearts for Yi Luotian. On the other hand, even though Bai Ying's strength had increased, he was a cautious person. He was suspicious of the change in his aura. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Only he knew what Yi Luotian was planning. When one turned their heads to look at Xiao Yan again, the latter was already at the peak of the advanced 4-star Do Di class. After using this medicinal pill, the aura within his body had soared, forcefully reaching the intermediate 5-star Do Di class. He was only a step away from the advanced Do Di class. Haha, unexpectedly, this retreat has brought about quite a number of surprises. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. This harmless appearance of his seemed to be completely unguarded against everything around him. In the sky, the smile on Yi Luotian's old face gradually became denser when he saw Xiao Yan's group consume the medicinal pills. In the end, it became a little distorted, causing the originally amiable appearance of the old man to appear a little frightening at this moment. Haha, since the medicinal pills have been consumed, can sect leader Yi tell us the true reason why you have come this time around? Suddenly, Xiao Yan's eyes focused on Yi Luotian as he asked in a meaningful manner. Haha, that is only natural. Since I have already achieved my goal, I will tell you the truth. This has always been the old me's way of doing things. Yi Luotian laughed ferociously. The expression on his old face swiftly became gloomy. The amiable appearance from a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he appeared just like a malicious ghost with a sinister smile, causing one's heart to tremble. Withered leaf grass, rise. Yi Luotian's words had just sounded when a withered yellow plant suddenly grew from the vortex space within the bodies of everyone from the 4 great clans, with the exception of Xiao Yan's group. Within a short couple of breaths, it had already occupied the vortexes within their bodies.